Good afternoon, Synod, as we resume our business after a slightly shortened lunch break. We need to start this afternoon's business before we get on to the agenda with yet a further variation of business to be dealt with by Robert Hammond in his capacity as chair of the Business Committee. So I invite him to come to the podium and... Oh, no? No.
We can task the Anglican Communion first.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was off, but clearly you're not. So we will start then with reverting to where we would have been on Friday, because we're very pleased to be able to welcome now the Right Reverend Daniel Gutierrez, Bishop of Pennsylvania, who will deliver an address to General Synod on behalf of the Anglican Communion. You will remember that we had hoped, but were not able, to welcome him on Friday as one of our earlier items of business. We're very delighted to be able to welcome him now. So,
good afternoon, and thank you for the kind invitation. And I bring you greetings with the Compass Rose Society. And I say the best diocese in the communion, the great Episcopal Diocese of Pennsylvania. I know you won't agree, but I do. I love my people. I want to just start, and I say this to all my clergy, and laity, that I'm grateful for you, your devotion to Christ, your willingness to step into something you fear, to have those difficult discussions, and walk out of here as siblings in Christ. So my deep gratitude for you. The Archbishop of Canterbury and I were speaking the other day, and my talk has changed a bit because I'd like to tell you about my diocese. And it sort of mimics what's happening throughout the communion, but how we've transformed by the power and love of Christ. I came into a broken diocese. As a matter of fact, when I was going through the process, someone said, the Episcopal Diocese of Pennsylvania, destroying bishops since 1789. I looked at my wife and I was like, God, really? And to tell you, the canon in the Episcopal Church for removing a bishop was named for my predecessor. So it was a challenge, but I want to tell you about me. Violence and poverty defined my life. All I knew were gangs, addiction of my cousins, prison for many of my family, drugs, and it was horrific. Yeah, that's what I thought. I heard all that. That was my life. It's good. We're supposed to, it's the good news. Let's laugh. This should be the church. And so I did not seek beauty outside of my community. I sought beauty within. And there were various instances where I saw the beauty of the people and the neighborhoods, and even of the challenges. So when I was elected Bishop of Pennsylvania, as I said, it was broken. And I came from the western part of the United States, Santa Fe, Albuquerque, New Mexico to Philadelphia, from poverty to a great colonial, second oldest, fourth largest. And we decided together that things had to be different from the world. And I think it's because of my upbringing that I had that hope. Hope in people, hope in the possibility, and that deep trust in Jesus Christ. And one good thing about being raised what we call Hispanos in the United States is that faith is not something that we do, it is who we are. And it was part of our every being. So getting back to the East Coast, we had to come back to Jesus because there's nothing else that matters. Because the church cannot be a social club based on a religious ideal. It has to be Jesus. And so I called them what I call a revolution of the heart. You know, my favorite passage in Scripture is John 13:23. It is when John leans his head on the heart of our Lord. And you think about it, that anyone who's ever been created, everyone can lean their heart, their head, against the heart of God and discover who they are and what their future could be. That just should send a shiver down each one of our spines. So I'm reminded of this. We had to go back. We had to go back. Because I think going back to where it began helps us remember where it will end. Him. And it is through my trials and everything else that I believe passionately in hope. Hope in the church, hope in our future, and hope for society. Think about it. We say the creed every week, right? And then we're so worried about budgets and money and everything else. But if we believe what we say in the creed, I say, bring it on. Nothing can beat us. Because we have that power of Christ. So this is what I called my diocese to do. And I kept trying to tell them, go for the heart of Jesus. Because we spend too much time trying to get into the head of Jesus rather than seeking his heart. And I wanted to call him again and again back to the heart of Jesus. So what does that mean? That we have to be different from the world. Different in every way. Throughout the Gospels, we see where Jesus created communities where people could flourish rather than fade. All the time. Doesn't matter who they were. And often we get it wrong. You know, and I'm not trying to be, but I've heard of thousands of stories, and all of you have, about people leaving the church because of the fighting, the judgment, the marginalization, the isolation, but never one person leaving because we were too compassionate, too loving, and too merciful. And if I had a magic, what we call canon, because I really hate the slogan of the Episcopal Church. The Episcopal Church welcomes you. And throughout the Synod, I've heard you speak about language and the use of the words we use. And it's important, because what does welcoming denote? This is my house. You can come in, but you can be made to feel unwelcome. So we changed it in the Diocese of Pennsylvania. It's a place where you belong. Because belonging denotes something different. If you're not at the table, there's a seat missing. If your voice is not part of the discussion, it's incomplete. And it doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, what you look like. No conditions like the love of Christ. This is where you belong, because no one should have to fit in at church. And then we decided that we're not going to say what we do. We're going to do what we say. Because the time of talk has passed. We have to enter into the world with our hearts. And I also want to remind our diocese and our church that we are no longer the establishment church. Get over it. Let's claim the title of a developing church. There's some liberation in that. We can do those things that we were afraid to do. We can be daring. So what we are now, and we're calling ourselves a church of the poor, the compassionate, the merciful, and the loving. And poverty, I remind them, is not only economic. There's spiritual poverty, there's relational poverty, there's physical poverty, there's mental poverty. so everyone's included. And mercy, we've forgotten. Because I know many of us would know that the place that seems to be lacking in mercy is the church. So we're calling that. That's our diocese. Because I want us to be a gritty and messy church, revolutionary, not afraid to take risks, not afraid to fail, not afraid to love, not afraid to belong, not afraid to step into the world with the love, mercy, and hope of Jesus Christ. That's what we've called our diocese to be. And when people hear that, they will say, they fed the hungry, they welcomed the immigrant, they clothed the unclothed, they healed the sick. They did those things like Jesus. And we created a place of belonging for everyone. So after 8 years, and it's hard to believe, I'm getting old. I've been like one of the senior bishops in the House of Bishops now, and I thought, 60 consecrated since my time. And since that time, we opened 3 churches during COVID. We're planning 12 more in the next year. And we're doing those things that the world says we could not do. And it's because we leaned against the heart of Jesus together. We welcomed one another. And it's not to say we do not have our differences, whether theological, whether personality, but we're taking time by leaning against the heart of Christ. And through that transcendence, seeing one another as Christ sees each one of us. And that's the message that the world needs to hear. And that's what each one of you, I know it, because when I look at you, because of my profound faith in Jesus Christ, I don't see laity. I don't see clergy. I see Christ as if he was right in front of me. And let us do that together. Lean against his heart and do those things no one expects us to do. That's what the good news really should be. I know I'm probably over my time because I see the eyes, but I just want to thank you for... That's the way my wife looks at me when she's here. They ask her how often do I preach, and she says to her about 10 times a day, you know. But thank you for blessing me with your ministry, your faithfulness, your love, and the Church of England is a very special place for me, and I hope to see you often. God bless you, and know that I love you. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I call upon Robert Hammond as Chair of the Business Committee to propose a variation of business.
This is feeling like my second home standing here, Synod. We need to try to make sure we can get through as much business as possible. So I would like to propose a slight variation to this afternoon's order of business. I'm sorry if your agendas and your notice papers are beginning to look like a map of Spaghetti Junction with all the arrows that you've probably got. I would like to propose that we resume item 507A, the faculty jurisdiction item, immediately. That we then take item 508, the draft clergy conduct measure. We then take item 501, the electronic services register item, from Friday afternoon. And then when that is complete, we progress through the order paper as it's laid out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we will, need to see if the Synod approves of that. So can we have a show of hands as to whether Synod agrees with that variation in business? Thank you. All those, please show. And all those against, please show. That is clearly carried. So that will be the change in the order of business. Might I ask from the chair, will there be a notice of that anywhere available? No, because that was so much simpler than what we were told this morning. So we're not. That's fine. Thank you. So that closes that item of business. We will proceed to the next item, which is to pick up where we left off when we adjourned for lunch, which is the faculty jurisdiction rules. There will be just a change of personnel on the platform apart from me, and we'll proceed with that then. So we resume our debate on item 507A. You will recall that we were in the middle of a debate when the adjournment occurred, and the speech limit was 2 minutes. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? There's someone there. The speech limit will still be 2 minutes, and someone at the back, thank you.
For Bristol 71. I hadn't planned to speak, but as the rector of a church in central Bristol, where I am told the west doors would be opened and the ships departing on their journeys would be blessed in time past, and with a church full of monuments connected to families who were involved in that trade, I felt I would just add my words of thanks for what's in front of us. These are very live questions in my parish. And what is on offer will make it much easier for us to take positive action in how we address the history that is embodied in our building. We in the Diocese of Bristol are hugely blessed with a joint project with the University of Bristol, where somebody is doing some research into monuments in churches that may have historic connections with the slave trade. And so at the end of that process, my church and others will be presented with some excellent research that we can use in faculty applications. I was surprised to hear from one of my colleagues in the diocese, though, that some churches declined the invitation to participate in this research. And it must be because for them they feel it's opening a can of worms, and dealing with what comes out is just too much and too overwhelming. That is clearly an attitude that needs to be challenged. And these changes, by making the process simpler and more focused on mission and justice, will enable church communities like mine and like those who are too overwhelmed to touch this with a barge pole to move forward more confidently in buildings that speak of God's liberating love. Thank you.
Before the next speaker speaks, I'd just like to check whether we have any contributions from Zoom. Okay, nothing. Please do continue.
Thank you. Timothy Edwards, Rochester 200. I wanted to add something that was coming from a slightly different angle from some of the speeches that we've had. We've had a number of speeches on this point, making helpfully the point about issues of justice and the impact on worshippers and potential worshippers now, and that's very helpful. I think sort of we've observed a couple of times during this group of sessions what we are here for as Synod, and that's primarily to be here as a legislative body, not sort of as a body to make gestures or protest. But happily, in this case, those two are not opposed to each other. This is an act which would make for better and more efficient law, and therefore I urge us to vote in favour.
Thank you. I see no one else standing in such a way as oh, Mary Durlacher, I think. Yes, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to take long coming down. Mary Durlacher, Chelmsford 271. I made a reference in a previous intervention to the complexity of our sessions, and I would say that on this particular issue of faculties, it's not always as black and white as it seems, and in our haste to apply justice and sensitivity to racial history, the people to whom these monuments were put up were not always black and white. And I would just urge that in the interests of education, for instance, for our children, it's not always the solution to remove a monument, but to explain. And some of these people have done great things of good in the field of education or hospitals or other kind of provision. And I would urge that rather than just remove these monuments, we use them as an opportunity to educate and warn and guide. It's just a comment to redress the balance, if I may. Thank you.
I see just one person standing. We will have that. Then I will be minded to put a motion for closure on this item.
65. With reference to the last speaker's point, I think I'd point out that the guidance from the Buildings Council actually covers these points really quite well. So please do look at the guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I see no one standing, so... So, having announced the motion for closure, I now need to put it, even though there's no one standing. So, I put the motion for closure on this item. Those in favour, please show. Those against, please show. That is clearly carried. And so I call upon the Dean of Arches to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Synod, and a special thanks to all who have spoken. I'm going to reply very briefly and take the last two contributions first from Chris Angus and Mary Durlacher. I said more than once in my opening statement, I described this as complex territory, and indeed it is, for the reasons that Mary articulates. That mix of good and bad, to use very simplistic terms, that we see in the lives of some of our forebears and the complexities of history. The guidance really engages and helps other people to engage with that kind of complexity, and that is part of the reason why it's so important to be making sure that conversations and decisions about this are done in the light of the guidance. Timothy Edwards, I agree with you, I would agree with you about the importance of the legislative role of this body, and I'm glad that you see no tension between the roles of Synod with regard to this piece of legislation. The work with the University of Bristol that Catherine Campion-Spall spoke about is, again, it's exactly the kind of careful work which the guidance recommends. And it's very good to hear that that is being done in collaboration with the university in Bristol. Graham Kirk-Spriggs spoke about being mindful in places of worship of the harm that can be done by the presence of memorials, and the importance of taking action as well as saying sorry. Well, this legislation is intended exactly to do that, legislatively to take action. And Andrew Mumby, who was the first contributor to our debate, speaking of the excellent work of Dr. Rennie Choi, with whom I know that the Church Buildings Council officers who've worked on the guidance have been in touch as well. It's good to have her work acknowledged here in Synod, and Andrew also spoke about covering memorials as an interim measure. Again, that is one of the options considered in the guidance, and that step is being taken in some places. So thank you to everybody. Thank you also to everyone who's worked to enable us to get back to this debate. And I apologise to those whose items have got put down the list. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I move the motion standing in my name.
Thank you. I now put item 507A to the vote. Those in favour, please show. And people on Zoom, please do use your green ticks if you agree. And then those against, please show. That is clearly carried. And that means that we now come to amendments at item 513 and 514 on this morning's order paper. That's order paper number 6, not this afternoon's order paper, because that material's not on there. So we come now to the amendments at items 513 and 514, and I call upon the Right Worshipful Peter Collier, KC, Vicar General of the Province of York, to move his first amendment, item 513, and he may speak for not more than 5 minutes.
Peter Collier, 456, Vicar General, York. On Saturday, when Synod passed the miscellaneous provisions measure, Clause 13 amended the ecclesiastical jurisdiction and care of churches measure that will enable diocesan chancellors to vary their churchyard regulations to allow memorials to be introduced into churchyards without the need for a faculty. That part of the 2018 measure is mirrored in the faculty jurisdiction rules. And so to achieve what Synod wanted to do on Saturday, we also need to amend the faculty jurisdiction rules. And my apologies for not having spotted that when the revision committee were doing their work. So the first of my amendments will simply do that. And if you pass that, the second will deal with the timing of it coming into effect, which will be not immediately, but when Parliament has finally approved the miscellaneous provisions measure. So I beg to move item 513.
Thank you. And I call upon the Dean of Arches to respond to item 513 to indicate whether she accepts or not.
Thank you very much, Madam. Yes.
How splendidly brief. Thank you. The matter is open for debate. I see no one standing, and therefore we can proceed directly to voting on this. A show of hands or green ticks on Zoom will be in order, so I put item 513 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. All those against, please show. Thank you. That item is clearly carried. And so I call upon Judge Collier to move item 514.
I beg to move it.
Thank you. I need to call upon the Dean of Arches to indicate whether she accepts the amendment.
Yes.
Cannot be shorter than that. Thank you very much. That matter is now open for debate. I see no one standing, and therefore I can put item 514 to the vote. A show of hands in the chamber and green ticks on Zoom will be in order. So those in favour of the motion, of the amendment, please show. Those against, please show. That item is clearly carried. So I now call upon the Dean to move item 507B, that the Faculty Jurisdiction Amendment Rules 2023 as amended be approved. She has up to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I shan't take that amount of time. The voting of Synod has really said more eloquently than I could what I think all of us, very nearly all of us, want to say about this. This is a small but important piece of legislation. Now, thanks to Peter Collier, it is also perfectly formed. For all the reasons I set out in opening and in responding to those who have contributed to the debate, I move the motion standing in my name. Thank you.
Thank you. This matter is now open for debate. I see no one standing, and there is no one indicating a wish to speak from Zoom. And so I put item 507B to the vote. Will those in the chamber, when I ask you, please indicate by show of hands. Those on Zoom, use green ticks if you agree, and when we come to the disagreements, please indicate using red crosses. So I put item 507B to the vote. All those in favour, please show or use the green ticks. Thank you. And all those against, please show or use the red crosses. That item is clearly carried. The Faculty Jurisdiction Amendment Rules 2023 will now be laid before both Houses of Parliament pursuant to the Statutory Instruments Act 1946. That concludes this item of business.
We now go on to the clergy conduct measure.
And we now go on to the clergy conduct measure as indicated in your order paper number 7 for this afternoon's business.
Good afternoon, Synod. We now come to item 508, Draft Clergy Conduct Measure. For this, you will need GS 2311 and the explanatory notes, which are GS 2311X. I'd like to call on the Chair of the Steering Committee, the Reverend Canon Kate Wharton, to move item 508, that the measure entitled Clergy Conduct Measure be considered for revision in committee. Canon Wharton may speak for not more than 10 minutes.
Synod, you have before you today for first consideration the draft Clergy Conduct Measure. You will, I'm sure, recall that last July, Synod endorsed the proposals contained in the Implementation Group's report under Authority Revisited. This draft measure has been produced as requested by Synod to reflect those proposals. It won't be possible in this speech for me to go through every clause in detail, but I will highlight the major changes that the measure proposes. Before I do so, I'd like to make two general points. Firstly, the aim of the Implementation Group was to design a system based in the rules of natural justice that provided a swift, proportionate and efficient way of dealing with a wide range of complaints, whilst also defending the integrity of the Church and clergy from frivolous, malicious and vexatious accusations. This draft measure sets out that framework, but it is not a complete picture. Central to the operation of the system will be the rules that will accompany the measure. Much of the detail about how the system will operate on the ground will be contained in these rules. The rules are secondary legislation and can only be made once the measure has been finally passed. It's not possible at this stage, therefore, to provide the rules in draft form to Synod, as the system may yet change as a result of amendments at the revision stage. At the end of the explanatory notes, GS 2311X, an illustrative outline of the structure that the rules will take has been provided to help you to see what they might look like. As the draft measure progresses through Synod, more detail will be added to this outline. You will, of course, have the opportunity to debate, amend and approve these rules when they are eventually brought before Synod. Secondly, this is the start of a legislative process which will include meetings of the Revision Committee, and at 2 further Synod sessions, there will be opportunities to amend and debate the draft measure. The Steering Committee intend to hold a fringe event for members when the measure returns to Synod, and we hope that you will join us for this event. There will also be further consultations with survivors facilitated through the NST. So now turning to the detail of the measure. The principal feature of the new system is that complaints will be allocated as a grievance, misconduct, or serious misconduct. This represents a major change from the CDM, which is designed only to deal with serious misconduct. A grievance, being a minor complaint that does not amount to misconduct, will be dealt with at a local level in a relatively informal way without the imposition of any penalty. Responsibility will lie with the bishop to appoint a designated person to attempt to resolve the grievance. The measure does recognise, however, that inevitably not all grievances can be resolved to the satisfaction of the parties involved. A complaint of misconduct is classed as an allegation of wrongdoing that would not result in a form of prohibition or removal from office or revocation of licence. These complaints will be investigated by assessors operating regionally across the Church, but from outside the diocese where the complaint arose. In a case where a finding of misconduct is made, the bishop will impose a penalty, but will not be permitted to remove the cleric from any office, revoke the cleric's licence, or prohibit the cleric from ministry. Complaints of serious misconduct will be referred immediately by the bishop to the investigation and tribunals team, which will be located within the legal office of the NCIs. This team will oversee and administer an independent investigation, and where complaints are referred to a tribunal or court, conduct those proceedings. This team will also give general advice and guidance about the measure to those operating the system. It will be possible for a complaint allocated to one track to move to another, if during the investigation it transpires that the subject matter is either more serious or less serious than had been first thought. These are some of the particular features of the new measure. Self-referral. Regardless of the level of complaint, clergy will be able to self-refer into the system in respect of their own conduct, but they will not be under a duty to do so. Pastoral support. When a complaint is made to the bishop, a new statutory duty is proposed which will require the bishop to consider and offer appropriate pastoral support to the parties, the people in the parish or place of ministry of the respondent, and any other person with an interest in the complaint. Limitation. Currently, under the CDM, all complaints must be brought within 1 year of the last instance of the alleged misconduct taking place. There are exceptions to that rule in relation to complaints involving sexual conduct towards a child or vulnerable adult. Implementing an ICSA recommendation, the draft measure abolishes this limitation period for all complaints of serious misconduct. Complaints that don't amount to serious misconduct will still need to be brought within the 1 year period. Although where there is a good reason why the complainant did not bring the complaint sooner, permission from a judge may be sought for the matter still to proceed. Grievances will need to be brought within 1 year, and there will be no opportunity to extend that period. We hope that in setting the framework in such a way, a balance is struck between providing access to justice for those who have suffered serious wrongs and protecting clergy from having minor matters hanging over them for many years. Protected parties. New procedures have been proposed for certain vulnerable and protected parties. Where a child or a person who lacks capacity wishes to bring a complaint, it will be possible to appoint a litigation friend to conduct the complaint in their place. Clarity. In order to provide clarity as to outcomes, it will no longer be an option for a bishop to take no further action as an outcome to a complaint. Tribunals. The administrative burden of convening tribunals can be a significant cause of delay in the current system. To address this, the draft measure provides that tribunals and courts will comprise 3 members, less than the current 5 within the CDM, and have a dedicated clerk to oversee their administration. The number of persons that may be appointed to chair a tribunal has also been increased. Vexatious complaints. The reputation and integrity of clergy are a vital part of their credibility as ministers. Sadly, though, this means that clergy are sometimes vulnerable to malicious complaints. Whilst it's obviously a fundamental principle of justice that those who need to have recourse to this system should be able to access it, there must also be robust procedures in place to protect clergy. The measure provides that where a person has habitually and persistently and without reasonable grounds made complaints, applications or requests which are vexatious or totally without merit, then a complainant, a bishop, or the investigation and tribunals team may apply for a restraint order against that person. Where granted, this will prohibit the person, unless they receive prior permission from a judge, from making any further complaints, applications, or requests, and any ongoing procedures would automatically cease. Such an order would either last for a set period or indefinitely. Suspension. Presently, where a cleric is suspended, they may not exercise any function of their orders without the permission of the bishop. Whilst in some cases that's right and proper, in other cases it would be more proportionate to restrict the person from carrying out certain specified acts without imposing a total ban on their ministry. To achieve this aim, the measure introduces a power for the bishop to impose a restriction order as a lesser step than suspension. Additionally, in order to ensure that clergy are only fully suspended when that is really needed, a new threshold test of necessity has been introduced. Sanctions and penalties. New provisions have been made for the imposition of administrative sanctions as opposed to penalties in the form of written warnings and advice for lower level misconduct. And 2 further ICSA recommendations have also been implemented. The first is the abolition of the requirement for a respondent who has admitted misconduct to agree the penalty, currently known as penalty by consent. In cases of misconduct, a tribunal will impose a penalty. In both cases, there will be a route of appeal. The second is the reintroduction of the power to depose a clerk from holy orders, following a finding of serious misconduct. Whilst the Church holds that those who have been admitted to holy orders can never be divested of the character of those orders, it has always been possible through a legal process to depose a person from them. Finally, to ensure fairness, a robust system of appeals has been built into the process. There remain a few areas still under discussion. No doubt there will be improvements and refinements to the draft measure which members of Synod in due course can offer. In the hope that Synod is content that the draft measure does proceed to revision, I would encourage members to submit their proposals to the clerk so that they may be considered by the revision committee. Discipline is, by its very nature, not an easy task. It requires us to balance competing interests. Scripture, though, teaches us the way. It reminds us that whilst those who teach will be judged more strictly, those who live by the Spirit should restore a sinner gently. This is the challenge for any modern disciplinary structure, and even more so for the Church. This new proposed system seeks to meet that challenge. It seeks to be fair to all interested persons, to provide swift access to justice, to ensure a robust response, coupled always with compassion, and to ensure that all clergy can go about their ministry with the assurance of the Church that by their calling, their training, and their ordination, they are trusted. Apologies, Chair. Synod, I commend this draft measure to you, and I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper. Thank you.
Thank you. This motion is now open for debate. I should just mention no amendments to this motion are in order. Can I call Neil Patterson, Bishop Sarah, and Lisa Batty? Your speech limit is 5 minutes.
Thank you. Neil Patterson, Hereford 130, and thank you both for calling me and for 5 minutes, which is longer than I expected. But as I wrote my thesis on this, I'm sure I can spin it out a bit. But in fact, I shall stick to some main points because I'm sure I can chip in on the detail as revision proceeds. There's a lot of good in this draft measure, and I commend it to you, and I want to encourage Synod to support it. The triage system, the different categories, and also very reassuringly, I think, the ongoing exclusion of doctrine, ritual, and ceremonial, and all the risks they would bring at the start as key points. But I suppose I want to caution Synod that I feel we've got to reassure ourselves this is not going to solve the problem of clergy discipline. I think, with a degree of confidence, that this is the 6th piece of legislation on clergy discipline in the last 200 years, since the Church Discipline Act of 1840. One thing that's good about this one, it's not a knee-jerk reaction to particular cases, as that one was, as in some ways the 2003 measure was. I use knee-jerk in the ecclesiastical sense. They closely followed cases within the preceding 20 years, which influenced the drafting. But if I can try and be serious, I'm not very good at it. My major concern in the measure, in the conceptualization of the measure, is about the nature of the standards which it presents. The definition of misconduct, I think it's section 3, but, and the place of written standards in the draft measure. There's reference to the canons and to the Acts of Convocation, and in the notes it explains that amongst the Acts of Convocation, of course, are the guidelines for the professional conduct of the clergy. That sounds good. That sounds like we've got a body of stuff that we hold the clergy to. But we know, and I know I've said versions of it before, there is a gap between that and perhaps the real areas of concern. And to take a slightly more serious example than I have sometimes before, the canons say that the clergy should say morning and evening prayer, meaning morning and evening prayer according to an authorised Church of England liturgy every day. They should attend and receive Holy Communion every Sunday. Those are good and wholesome standards, and I commend them to the ordinands and curates with whom I work. But I'm not sure that there matters that when people are no longer holding to them in times of personal or spiritual stress, are matters of misconduct. What standard do we hold people to? The Acts of Convocation, the guidelines for professional conduct are good, although they may need revision to be used consistently in conduct processes. But there are other Acts of Convocation hard to research. Some of us who study this have a little book titled Acts of Convocations, published in the 1960s. But when you read it, you discover that many of the resolutions passed were not in fact formally acts, including one that was cited in a clergy discipline case. We don't want the clergy to be held to standards which require historical research to discover. And so I think what needs to be built in somehow, and this is the tricky thing, and I'm running out of time, is the fact that we've got to work to is the things people do complain about and reasonable people think need to be complained about. And so I think we need to build a pool of wisdom about what the standards are as the measure and the rules are developed. Thank you.
Sarah Mullally, 003 London. Thank you for calling me. I also want to thank everybody who has contributed in the reform of the clergy disciplinary measure, both those here, but I also know that they have consulted with a whole range of people across the Church of England, for which I am grateful. As somebody who receives complaints against members of the clergy, and as somebody who is a recipient of complaints made against myself, I know that the measure is long overdue. One of the reasons why I think reform has been long overdue is that somebody who hears complaints, I often reflect that I am not really trained to do what I'm doing. And part of that relates to the measurement of the standards against which I am measuring. So I do echo Neil's comments. There is a bit of me that is, I'm glad to pass it over, particularly in the cases of serious misconduct. But I think it does Neil raised a very important point, is whether we are really clear either whether if it's a bishop or somebody else that looks at it. There is much to commend in this draft measure. However, particularly I'd like to focus on the attention that has been made to making this process pastoral as possible. I realise that some of these points may well be made in the rules, but I don't want to assume that and miss the opportunity of mentioning them. Firstly, a comment about timescales. I do wonder if those involved can take back the need to check all the timescales of those different parts of stages of this process. There are one or two timescales mentioned in the measure, and therefore if you're suggesting they all relate to the rules, I wonder why some are in the measure and some are in the rules. It is absolutely true that as a bishop or as a president of a tribunal, we may be dealing with many complaints. But it is the only complaint that a complainant has made and that a respondent is dealing with. That's if they're lucky. However, for them, every minute counts and they reflect on it. So therefore, if we are making more steps in the process, can we be absolutely clear that rightful consideration is given to the timescales of those sections, and also what happens if those timescales are not met? Secondly, we need to ensure that there is appropriate, defined and trained pastoral support available, given to the complainant, the respondent, even bishops and also the congregation. And whilst I note that the measure has begun to address this, I do think the rules need to specify what the pastoral support looks like, defines it, and actually we are responsible for providing appropriate training. We are fortunate in the London Diocese that we now have a cohort of trained accompaniers who operate to a defined role, and that has improved the support that we seek to give. Thirdly, a comment about divorce. Section 53 requires the notification of divorce. Why? What for? What does it mean? Divorce is difficult, it is complex, and it costs individuals. Does it make a complaint? Well, maybe it does. And sitting within this measure, it clearly does in one form or another. But maybe most importantly, we should be supporting marriage, we should be supporting our clergy and their spouses, and when things go wrong, we should give them trained pastoral and appropriate support beyond the bishop's visitors. And whilst that may not be an issue for this measure, it is for us as a church. Finally, I am grateful for the new grievance stage, but if this is going to work, we need to ensure that the process in itself is clearly defined and that those undertaking the process are clearly trained. Can I thank you again for the work that you have undertaken on this measure?
Lisa Batty, Manchester 169. Thank you very much for calling me. I declare an interest. I'm a member of SICA, a Unite Faith Workers branch representative, and also a member of the respondents community on Sheldon, the Sheldon Hub. So in some ways I'm speaking on behalf of quite a few people today. I'm bringing to this a very simple matter, which is concerning the nomenclature of one of the penalties in section 35 on page 19 of the proposed measure, in which A, which is the least severe censure, is called a reprimand, and D is called a rebuke, which is a written notice of serious misconduct. I understand that because that was the least severe penalty available under the CDM, which was designed originally for serious misconduct, but has actually been the only mechanism for dealing with all manner of misconduct. Therefore, there are hundreds of people who have been consented to rebukes because that was the only censure available to them. And I would like to suggest that calling those rebukes, or calling a rebuke, a censure of serious misconduct, and thereby using that term differently in the CCM is confusing, also does not fail to separate the two measures sufficiently. I've looked here, and in English canon law, and the canon law of the Church of England, it says a rebuke is a censure on a member of the clergy. It is the least severe censure available against clergy in the Church of England, and less severe than a monition. It could be possible to swap D and A and make rebuke the first and reprimand the D. That's a suggestion I make. I will write in with this. Another idea would be simply to replace that term rebuke with another one, such as monition, censure, reproof, reproach. There are many terms which are feasible for this, and I've discussed some of this with some of our legal support staff. I really ask that that be done not as a form of amendment in a later stage, but please built into revision right now so that we could move forward as a separate issue. Also want to say a big thank you on behalf of so many people to all the Ecclesiastical Law Society people, our Ecclesiastical Law advisors here, the members of Unite Faith Workers Branch, and all those on this committee who have brought forward this much better measure.
I'd like to change the speech limit to 3 minutes now. And I'm first going to call Carl Fender, who's on Zoom, then Venerable Luke Miller, and then Sean Doherty.
Yes, thank you very much. So Carl Fender, Lincoln 343. 3 points. The first one, very briefly, just to repeat some of the things that have already been said about avoiding delay. Attending the fringe meetings that have been arranged from time to time around the new model of clergy conduct, you get a chance to sense where temperature is at its highest. And I sense that where it is at its highest is over delay in disposing of complaints. Delay is demoralizing for the accused and the accuser. So I would hope that in this new model, and perhaps in the rules, that there will be some robust rules around timious disposal of complaints, whichever track they're assigned to. The second point relates to self-referral. Now, the benefit of this is that a cleric who has a complaint hanging over them can self-refer to call out a complainer who is dithering about whether or not to make a complaint formal themselves. There are time limits that apply in relation to grievances and to ordinary misconduct. But I do wonder if, in the rare case where there is a self-referral, whether in the event that it's actually out of time or would be out of time if the complainant made that complaint themselves, I do wonder whether in the measure that needs to be tidied up and thought about, because I can't see that there's an answer to that. So can I just leave that with the committee and I will write to them. The third point is a drafting point in clause 21. So an assessor has 4 outcomes laid before them. The first is assignment to the grievance track, the second, misconduct, third, serious misconduct, and then the fourth is a summary disposal, a dismissal of a complaint. And the threshold is one of vexatious or totally without merit. And I do wonder if that's too emphatic. And I just wonder whether an alternative formula of no case to answer will be a better way of meeting the summary disposal test in that part of the measure. So that's all I have to say. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
London. Thank you, Chair, for calling me. This long-awaited legislation is much to be welcomed, especially... Am I not on? I'm on now. Luke Miller, 163 London. This long-awaited legislation is much to be welcomed, especially by the clergy whose lives and work it will order. Lives for the ministry in the Church Catholic is, of course, a life led and not a job done. And this will therefore touch every aspect of the lives of those who come under its clauses. Thank you for those who've worked very hard on putting it all together. The House of Clergy, and if needed, the convocations, will surely wish to engage deeply. This now is a synodical legislative process, and it's been explained to us how important it will be that that process itself develops the legislation that lies before us. Synod, it's crucial that laity and clergy together get this right, digging into the detail and engaging with the stages of the legislation as it goes forward. And I join us all to do so, because we can't afford for this to go wrong again. The lives of the clergy are touched by it so deeply, and therefore also the life of the whole church. Neil Patterson has already mentioned the need for clear definition of misconduct. Documents on which definitions rest must have a robust enough legal architecture to support the measure and those complaining and those responding under it. The papers refer to the guidelines for the professional conduct of the clergy, which, when brought before this synod, were explicitly not to bear the weight of discipline which they have come to carry. And therefore, we need to be sure that the various documents which will define our conduct, including those which will come out of the LLF process, are designed in order to bear the legislative and legal weight which they will need if they're going to be used in formal discipline processes. And there may be other documents beyond the two that I've mentioned, and Neil mentioned acts of convocation and others, that we will need to ensure do that work. I welcome the proposal to work up a means to prevent vexatious complaints. We will need that to be well worked out and well run so that it can be a trusted process which will determine between what is a vexatious complaint and what is a brave attempt to challenge repeated bad behaviour. Both of those things happen. Ordered life is a key to personal holiness, and that itself is a key to effective mission. For we are called to bear Christ in our own persons into the world. This measure will help us to order our lives. And as the old hymn says, let our ordered lives confess the beauty of thy peace. Let's work hard at it, hard into the detail, Synod, and let's welcome it and let it be ordering us for peace.
Oh, mine. Sean Doherty. Oh, there we are. Sean Doherty, Universities and TEIs 450. I spoke this time last year in support of Under Authority Revisited and the request that we draft this legislation. And there's loads I welcome in it, but for reasons of time, inevitably, I will focus on the areas where I've still got concern, which I mentioned last year. Grievance misconduct and serious misconduct are rightly separated out, but the beginning of the process is still the same for all three. This takes away potentially autonomy from the complainant in determining what kind of process they would like to pursue, and it puts the clergy person in the very scary situation of not knowing what level of process they will be subject to, with all the potentially life-changing outcomes of a complaint of serious misconduct. Now, it hopefully shouldn't lead to wrong outcomes, because the regional lead assessor will hopefully make the right decisions, but the aim here is not just to get right outcomes, but to reduce clergy trauma and stress while they wait. And we know, of course, that processes don't always take aren't always as speedy as they should be. Furthermore, as I can understand the draft, it seems only the complainant can appeal what kind of process it's going to be, rather than the respondent. Much is up to the regional lead assessor, which brings me to concerns about their role. Section 12 doesn't say anything about the qualifications for the assessors who will run the middle track, the misconduct that's not serious misconduct. Presumably that would be covered by the code of practice. So I thought, well, I could wait for that, but then I heard the Bishop of London say she wasn't waiting for that, so I thought, well, I'll follow in her footsteps. I personally think that these people need to be suitably legally qualified, but the implementation group felt this wasn't a prerequisite. They will be making findings of fact, interviewing people, taking witness statements, and making adjudications. These things require great skill. They need appropriate qualifications, training, and support. I'm also deeply ambivalent about the idea they would act as volunteers rather than being remunerated for the provision of a demanding professional service. Again, there's a question about appeal processes here, because the findings of fact can't be appealed, or the bishop has to accept them unless there's a good reason for them not to do so. Finally, publication. Section 59, this is more of a question. It says, judgments, orders, and other decisions must be published. Now, as I understood it, I hope that's only in relation to questions of serious misconduct, but there will be times when that will absolutely need to be published because somebody's a danger and it's in the public interest for everyone to know what's happened. But at the moment, any finding of misconduct, any conduct unbecoming, is put on the website, and you never know why it was there. So it could be hugely prejudicial. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll call Amanda Robbie, Sam Margrave, and Julian Hollywell. Amanda Robbie, Lichfield 339, thank you so much for calling me. I'm very grateful to the team for all the work that's brought the clergy conduct measure to this stage. And as you'll know from last summer, I have a personal interest in this measure because of the trauma I suffered and sadly continue to suffer because of my husband's experience of 3 CDMs, badge of honour. There's 3 issues that I wanted to raise, and 2 have already been called up. My husband was accused of misconduct, which was based on somebody who was feeling upset. So we want a clear definition of misconduct, clear and objective. As Neil Patterson noticed, the current list that was given is neither clear nor comprehensive. So please, more work on clarity on standards of behaviour of the clergy. Our experience was affected by an unsuitable assessor who was a property lawyer. So as Sean Doherty mentioned, we want regional assessors who are properly qualified, suitably qualified. On the vexatious complaints measure, which I'm really pleased to see that section, and we are very familiar with that as well. And so it's very important that any grievance which enters a reconciliation process facilitated by a bishop, your diocesan bishop, can't be hijacked by a vexatious complainant who may then try and escalate the complaint in that process. So that designated person must be trained in recognising vexatious, malicious complaints, And both parties to that reconciliation process will need to be confident in that person who's been chosen, an impartial person, somebody who doesn't previously have a view on either party, and they must be able to therefore decline the proposed designated person in the reconciliation. It is my prayer that anyone involved in clergy conduct proceedings in the future are suitably qualified and able to ensure that truth emerges and justice is done for the benefit of those who complain and for those complained about. Thank you.
Sam Margrave, Coventry 295. Synod, we will soon have 10,000 lay-led churches. So I wondered about lay church leaders and ordinands. Should they be subject to this measure? And if not now, when? And why has this measure been limited to clergy? Could that be changed? So it's really a question, because it's such a large piece of work to do that I felt that Synod needed to raise it, rather than just send a letter into the revision committee. I also would like to see more support to those who make complaints. Someone vulnerable finding a litigation friend would have real difficulty. We need a process of providing independently commissioned advocacy and support like other bodies in the complaints process. On the issue of independence, the NCIs are not independent of the church, so what alternative was considered? Have survivor groups and those supporting vulnerable children or adults been consulted on whether we are doing enough to help complainants to bring forward a complaint? And finally, I would ask for further theological work on discipline within the church, and that we are witnessing Christ in this area, so we don't just say what we expect, but why we expect professional standards and the ordering of lives in Christian ministry. Thank you.
Julian Hollywell, Derby 103. Chair, thank you for calling me. I hope I'm not jumping the gun. I know we're at the start of a process, but I'd like to add to what Bishop Sarah has said about that little sentence at section 20, subsection 4, the diocesan bishop considers appropriate pastoral support for all those involved. Firstly, I wonder if it's possible, either by expanding section 20 or under the conduct rules, to incorporate some national benchmarking and coordination of what that pastoral support actually looks like, and how someone might seek independent assistance, either regionally or nationally, if that local support is inadequate or breaks down. It really shouldn't be a diocesan lottery. Secondly, might consideration be given to granting clergy the right to perhaps request different support if there is good reason? These situations are always sensitive and relational with complex power dynamics. For instance, as Bishop Sarah indicated, dioceses could establish a pool of appropriate people, duly qualified, from whom to draw, not necessarily relying on a busy and already overpressed archdeacon who perhaps doesn't have the time nor the independence to be as pastoral as they might want or think themselves to be. Thirdly, may there also be clear guidance as to the mechanism of how the decision is reached as to whom the clergy person concerned and their primary partner may or may not communicate with, and the timescale of any such stipulation. Too often in the current system, under the CDM, the person is anathema with catastrophic consequences for them and their closest relationships. Thank you.
Lynn Nichol, Jack Shepherd, and the gentleman in the check shirt.
433, thank you for calling me, Chair. Yesterday, Stephen Hogg, I think that's the right name, but I'm sorry if it's not, but you know who you are, suggested that change is always first experienced as loss. And though I generally agree with Stephen, I'm not so sure in the context of the existing CDM measure that there will be many who will see its passing as a loss. So I do encourage you to support the development of this new legislation. But I just want to make one small point really about transparency. It is about timeliness, and to some extent it's already been covered by the Bishop of London. But I think we all recognise that for any party, whether the complainant or the accused, that such a process is stressful, it's detrimental to well-being, and that stress only increases if both parties don't know how long it's going to take. Unlike the Bishop of London, I saw in this draft legislation that timescales were allocated to some parts of the legislation, so particularly in section 24, when the case has been investigated. But I didn't see that at the beginning of the process, so particularly in sections 20 and 21, the referral and allocation of a complaint. At the moment, I think anybody who puts in a complaint or is waiting to hear about one doesn't know if the bishop's going to take 2 hours, 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years. And I think it'd be really helpful if we set out some reasonable timescales for that front end of the process. Thank you.
Jack Shepherd, Diocese of Liverpool 153. As someone who has been raising concerns recently about the need to review HR and complaints procedures in dioceses, I am pleased with the direction of travel with this piece of legislation. You could even say it's been a reassurance at a difficult time. I would like to highlight that the list of people with proper interest in a complaint against a priest or deacon, if the priest or deacon holds office in a parish, should include other deacons and priests and authorised lay ministers holding office in the same parish. See clause 15, part 2. And that the quality of this legislation hinges on the form specified in the rules and the procedures set out in the rules. See clause 16, part 1 for a complaint to be made. Is it clear how it will be possible for any person who experienced or witnessed the conduct alleged in the complaint to make the complaint with confidence that this will not exacerbate the situation further? Finally, I wonder, though it is perhaps beyond the scope of this legislation, if it is possible to refer in this legislation to how this relates to review processes, including ministerial development reviews, and enabling steps to raise concerns confidentially about conduct before the need is presented to raise a complaint. I will be very happy to converse with those involved in the development of this legislation about my recent experiences. Thank you.
Stephen Corbett, 67 Blackburn. I've got 4 points to make, which I cannot recall any of them being mentioned so far in the debate. Back in 2020, when I first joined this synod, it was February 2020, we voted, and I'm mentioning this because I understand that 60% of the synod elected in autumn 2021 are in fact new. We voted for replacement, and in the intervening 3 years, I've heard a lot of talk of reform. I would like to see the headline on this legislation, only a small point, state something like, "This measure repeals and replaces the Clergy Discipline Measure 2023. Second point, this is really for the rules, which will no doubt accompany this measure in due course. If you look on a number of clergy wellbeing forums, the Sheldon website, there arises from time to time with monotonous regularity misbehaviour, inappropriate behaviour of previous clergy, be they retired or having moved on to another parish, their involvement in the parish that they've moved on from. That causes a lot of pain and a disagreement within parishes, and I'd like to see that specifically addressed in the rules which will accompany the measure. There are also concerns, thirdly, about a paper which is currently, or rather is expressed in a paper that's currently circulating, which has been written by a diocesan registrar. Now, I'm not a lawyer, and I can't comment on the whether they're accurate or not, but I would like to see those concerns in that paper addressed. And finally, fourthly, for this measure to be effective, we need a code of conduct for lay officers and lay ministers. And there is a PMM in the name of Mark Ireland, who's sitting over there, down in the foyer. And I see that the list of signatures is increasing. If you've not signed it, please do after this debate. And let's bring on an accompanying...
Please keep to this motion.
Yes, okay, point taken. But, you know, if we could bring that on as well, that'd be a good thing.
Bishop Nick Baines, Brenda Wallace, and the gentleman in black and white.
Nick Baines, Bishop of Leeds, 22. It's an interesting debate. I remain to be convinced that this will be an improvement on the CDM. And the reason is this. The main problem with the CDM is in its implementation, not the CDM. This is what we keep hearing. It's about delays produced by bishops or registrars not doing things in a timely way. So Carl Fender mentioned earlier that we'll need rules to do with the timing. We've already got them. So what reassurance can we be given that if the problem is in implementation, that it'll be any different with what replaces the CDM? I've not heard anything that convinces me at the moment that will be an improvement. If I can just say one further thing, the great thing about having a large diocese with an area system is that you can always give episcopal pastoral care to people who are being complained about, and it's a real gift.
Brenda Wallace, Chelmsford 85. I fully support the intention of these proposals to improve the way we deal with clergy complaints. I've seen the anguish and damage caused by long drawn-out investigations. I want to particularly bring to Synod's attention the impact of disciplinary procedures on clergy, marriage and families. Sometimes the pressure of a long-running investigation can put impossible pressure on a relationship. But equally, the events which cause the allegations to be made can be the very events which lead directly to clergy, marriage or relationship breakdown. You don't need me to spell out the factors which this might include, but adultery, desertion, and physical or emotional domestic abuse are among the common causes. As the Bishop of London mentioned, Section 53 sets out a legalistic requirement for a clerk to disclose a divorce or separation order to their diocesan bishop within 28 days of that being enacted. But under divorce legislation, that could be 2 years or more after the events, particularly if the spouse is encouraged or persuaded to suppress the full reality of the situation. By this time, it's rather late to offer effective pastoral support, and it opens the way for collusion between the clergy person and diocesan authorities for the sake of damage limitation in the parish or the diocese. The primary focus on the priest and the parish in such disciplinary contexts means that the needs of the spouse and partner and the family are often sidelined. In 2021, the bishops issued an agreed national policy for supporting separated and divorced clergy spouses, a policy which was previously available on the Church of England website, but has mysteriously been removed only a couple of weeks ago. Information about the support available is hard to access, and information about the bishop visitors who are appointed by bishops in each diocese to support separated and divorced clergy spouses is almost universally invisible on diocesan websites. May I therefore urge Synod in general and bishops in particular to be mindful of the impact of any disciplinary procedures on clergy households, and to ensure that where the breakdown is the result of the complaint or the events leading to the complaint, proper information and support is signposted and resourced to the hidden victims in clergy household. Thank you.
Martin Thorpe, Liverpool 155. Thank you for calling me Chair. I too welcome the work done and the consultation process undertaken, including hearing from clergy and their families who've been seriously harmed by the CDM process. I've also been on the wrong end of a vexatious CDM complaint that was found to be without merit, and as a seeker rep have supported union members going through similar things. I was also, through an accident of history, on the Terms of Service Implementation Panel, which introduced a raft of HR-type policies, including competency for clergy and things like that. So I've got plenty of skin in this particular game. I believe that 20 years ago, when the people drew up the Clergy Discipline Measure 2003, they didn't intend the great harm that has been done in the last 20 years by that measure. And so my first plea, Synod, is that we build in a review of the clergy conduct measure after 3 years, that a report comes back to this Synod in terms of how it's working out. I know, having been on committees that have drafted similar measures and schemes, that things have unintended consequences, and the CDM is certainly one of those, and it's, you know, here we are 20 years on. I'm also concerned that the measure as it stands gives less opportunities for appeal in particular than employees have when allegations of misconduct are made. And finally, Synod, surely the assessment of cases that can lead to deprivation of living, livelihood, home, family home, are too important to be left to volunteers. Surely we need paid, experienced professionals. We can't do this on the cheap. It's too important. And surely it would be quicker to employ paid professional HR or legal professionals to do the assessor work as lead assessor and case assessor, rather than trying to find volunteers who have the necessary skills and experience. Thank you, Synod.
Paul Bedfield. A lady, no, in front of you. Yes, thank you. And Andrew Dodging.
Paul Benfield, Blackburn 66. I welcome this draft measure and hope that everyone will vote for it to go to the revision committee. It seems to me that principles of natural justice run throughout it. Contrast that, however, with some safeguarding processes where principles of natural justice seem to be thrown out of the window quite often. The cleric concerned doesn't know who's on the core group. The cleric has no right to appear before the core group. He's not represented on the core group. Safeguarding matters are part of clergy conduct, and shouldn't we be addressing the safeguarding matters as well in this measure or a parallel measure so that natural justice applies in the case of safeguarding matters?
Joy Maudsley, Oxford 186. Thank you for calling me. I support this measure, but just have some observations about process and practice around the allocation of a complaint as a grievance and a minor complaint at that end of the spectrum. Prior to ordination, I spent over 25 years in children and family social work, and I spent 4 years as a complaints and resolutions manager for children's social work. And as sad as it sounds, I loved that job. One of the principles of that statutory process was that it should secure effective links with other procedures in local government. Making a complaint did not also automatically instigate a disciplinary procedure against the social worker concerned. Whereas here, in this matter before Synod, anyone making a complaint is instigating a disciplinary procedure too. I would suggest that this is not the case in other organisations with such a public-facing role, as it wasn't in children's social work. Of course, it may be that what begins as a low-level complaint clearly becomes a matter of discipline, and that is when effective links with other procedures kick in. The reality is that those in roles such as ours are liable to be complained about. It may be that with publicity around this reform, complaints actually increase. My view is that although stressful, painful, and time-consuming, complaints are also the sign of a healthy church where power can be challenged, where there is an opportunity for learning and reflection and restoration, and our process needs to allow for these things. Another principle of the Children Act complaint guidance I managed is that it should make sure that as many complaints as possible are resolved swiftly and satisfactorily at the local level. And I note this too of grievances in GS 231X. Complaints of this nature are always best dealt with at the level of those who know the church best and the situation best. I'm not sure about the term grievance to speak of minor complaints. And when it comes to the code of practice to go alongside this measure, I'd like to see complaints from the start have a strong outcome focus. What is the complainant seeking through this complaint? Another part of my role as complaints manager was to grow restorative practices and meetings into complaints management. It's about restoring, about relationship, about being able to learn and grow. And surely these should be a significant part of our toolbox in this area of church life, speaking as they do of values of the kingdom of God. Here endeth my maiden speech. Thank you.
Andrew Dotchin, 208 St Edmundsbury in Ipswich. Thank you for calling me Chair, and thank you for bringing this measure to, these proposals to Synod. It seems to me that CDM has been a bit like using the hammer of Thor to crack the nut smaller than the one in the palm of Mother Julian. There was a time when we thought, Leslie Ann and I, that we might be empty nesters at our 4-bedroom vicarage. And so we explored the option of foster caring. It failed because our 36-year-old and his wife is moving back in the autumn. But as we were going through this process, the social worker assigned to us sat us down and said, "Has anyone ever made an accusation against you?" Me as a vicar and my wife as a care worker. And we said yes. And she said, "Thank you, because in the work you do, if someone has not made an accusation against you, you're probably not engaged with it fully." We live on the borders of pastoral care. We are dealing with people who need healing as much as we ourselves need healing. So a couple of points. Whatever complainant comes to us, can we try not to use pejorative language? Their complaints might feel vexatious, but it is how they feel. And they need pastoral care as much as those complained against do. But also, as we go into the finer detail of the revising the measure, can we please check about record keeping? How many times does a letter go into a cleric's blue file, their permanent record? If every time a small grievance is entered in that, you could have a very big file, but for doing your job well. So maybe within the detail of it, let's put out how long a record is kept and when it can be removed, or if it should be kept permanently. Thank you.
I'm going to change the speech limit now to 2 minutes. I'd like to call Robert Thompson on Zoom. And then yourself. Okay, Robert, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Thank you, Chair. My point have mostly been covered by Sarah Mullally, Sean Doherty, but mostly by Martin Thorpe, who spoke in relation to the professional nature of what case assessors are actually asked being done. I've had a CDM against me, but I've also sat when I was an elected representative on a local authority on discipline and appeals procedures and have chaired many meetings in relation to that. It seems to me that case assessors are being asked to do an awful lot more on their own than either I was asked to do as a member of a local authority in a similar position or magistrates are asked to do. Magistrates never sit alone. They sit with two other magistrates at least, and they always make decisions together. They also sit with a legal advisor, as we did on a disputes panel of a local authority. And yet here we're actually asking a case assessor to do more than a magistrate does, because we're actually asking them to do some of the preliminary work that only police would do, or lawyers, in terms of investigating complaints and actually taking witness statements. I mean, these are actually incredibly professional areas that need a lot of training and expertise, and yet we're expecting them to be done by volunteers simply for expenses without anything in this paper which indicates what training we're going to put into it. So that's a whole area that I think I would like us to look at as we move forward. The other issue in relation to that for me about a singular case assessor making an assessment is that some of the issues that CDMs are brought against, and this was certainly the case with mine, are areas touching on our national life which are contentious and in which there may be conflicts of interest. I mean, for example, in my own case, my own diocesan bishop wasn't able to hear it because of a conflict of interest, and yet we are a small community as a whole in the Church of England, and some of the things which are brought
Could you wrap up, Robert?
So I think in terms of dealing with conflicts of interest, we also need multiple members on an assessment panel rather than a singular case assessor.
Thank you.
I just wanted to respond to what I think the fourth speaker before me said. I didn't catch the name. Was it Ms. Maudsley, who had experience in conflict resolution? I think a very valuable piece of advice there about keeping outcome focus. As an archdeacon, I'm often involved in people's complaints, and a question that is often in my mind is, what do you actually want? What would a good outcome look like? It's a question that Jesus asks in the Gospels. What do you want? What do you want me to do for you? It could apply, if I may say, to some of the things that have been going on in Synod in recent times. Sometimes what people want is simply to be heard. Sometimes there is no outcome that will satisfy them because people are just angry. And sometimes, let's be honest, people quite enjoy being angry. So just that question, what do you actually want? What would a good outcome look like should be there at front and centre, and I hope we can incorporate that. Thank you.
As we've had a fair debate, I would like to test the mind of Synod on an item for closure. For this item, all those in favour? All those against? Thank you, that's carried. Canon Wharton, if you would like to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Synod, very much indeed for everybody who has contributed. Thank you, Neil, Sarah, Lisa, Carl, Luke, Sam, Amanda, Sean, Julian, Lynn, Nick, Stephen, Nick, Jack, Brenda, Martin, Paul, Joy, Andrew, Robert and Paul. Thank you for your comments, which we have taken on board. Just a few things. I'm not going to try and mention all of you. That's why I just scooted through your names. But thank you to those who have talked about qualifications for assessors. That will be within the Code of Practice. Thank you, Sean, for your point about legal qualifications. Clarity about confidentiality. We have heard your questions around that and will ensure that that's provided within the rules. As regards training, the Clergy Conduct Commission oversees standardised training. We've heard the need for training as a key theme and we'll take that on board. Sam, you talked about lay leaders. That is outside the scope of this measure, but if Synod decides to take that forward in a different way, then that may be something they wish to do. Amanda, thank you for sharing your own difficult personal experience. From you and from others, we've heard the need for clarity around our language and our definitions. We've heard much indeed about language, both in the tone of the complainants and the type of the grievance, so thank you for that. Martin, thank you for your suggestion about review. That isn't part of the legislation, but again, if that's something Synod wants to take forward, we'd be happy to support in facilitating that. The practical details, some of the questions around that will appear in the Code of Practice around pastoral support and timing, so thank you to those who've mentioned that. Bishop Nick, thank you for your comment that this is only as good as its implementation. We hope that the three-track system will mean that it can be more timely and more efficient. Stephen, you asked about repealing. Section 67, Part 1 of the measure does state that the CDM is repealed. I do encourage all of you to engage in this process as it goes forward, to write with your comments to the clerk by the 8th of September. Thank you, Lynn, for your reminder that change is not always lost. There is a sense that in this particular process, that will not be the case. We know that we need to get this right for everybody involved. So please do vote to allow us to go forward to the revision stage and help us to get this right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to put item 508 to the vote by a show of hands. All those, and a tick on Zoom. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against, please show. That's clearly carried. The measure now stands committed to the revision committee. Any member who wishes to submit proposals to the revision committee must send them in writing to the clerk to reach her no later than 5:30 on Friday the 8th of September. That completes this item of business. Thank you, Synod.
We come now to item 501, the Electronic Register Book of Services Form and Conditions 2023. Members will need copies of the instrument, GS 2291, and the explanatory notes, GS 2291X. I would now like to call on Mrs. Julie Ziegel to move the motion that the Electronic Register Book of Services Form and Conditions 2023 be approved. You may speak for not more than 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Julie Siegel, Oxford 377, Synod. You may have heard of HMRC and MTD. Just in case you haven't, that's His Majesty's Revenue and Customs and Making Tax Digital. You may be a bit concerned that we're about to discuss the C of E and MCD. Let me reassure you, this isn't the Church of England making church digital. This is the C of E, MCAB, MDI, YLTSOT. So, making church a bit more digital if you like that sort of thing. In November 2020, the amendment to Canon F12 that Synod had voted for to allow service registers to be kept in electronic form came into effect. So it's taken a while, and a while actually to stand up here. But the staff at Church House have, in the meantime, been working very hard to design and test the online system to enable electronic service registers to come into use. By way of background, there were three main reasons behind creating an electronic system for the keeping of service registers. The first was to give a parish the benefit of quick and easy access to the data, instead of having to trawl your way back through hard copy books. The second was to increase security around that data. And the third was to enable the automatic collation for the purposes of exporting it seamlessly when parishes complete their statistics for mission returns each year. For those churches that use the electronic register, the figures will be automatically repopulated into the annual return for that church when a church officer logs into the parish returns website to complete their annual return. Isn't that fantastic? Before we turn to the form and conditions before Synod for approval, I wish to stress two important points. Firstly, the decision to move to an electronic register is entirely optional, very much if you like that sort of thing. For those parishes who love the sound of a pen dipped in ink, touching the hard paper of an old-fashioned register, that's entirely permissible. There's no requirement to move over to this system. Secondly, where a church decides to use an electronic register, it's not an irreversible decision. In accordance with the conditions, a decision may be taken to revert back to the paper form at any time. You can decide you don't like it anymore. Synod, there are two elements for approval. The first is the form of the electronic register. The register must be kept in the form, or a form substantially similar to, that prescribed in the schedule. The schedule sets out the fields that will appear online. Those that are mandatory will be clearly marked. The electronic register will be made available as an online facility available at www.churchnearyou.com. The website is owned by the Archbishop's Council, administered by the Digital Communications team at Church House. As members will know, a Church Near You, ACNY, has a page for every church in England, and the incumbent or priest in charge of each church can claim the right to administer the page for their church and assign logins for up to 5 other people. If for whatever reason your church or chapel does not appear on the website, the team here are working on a facility for you to alert them to the fact and request the required changes. Members will see at the end of the explanatory notes there are some screenshots to show how the online system will look. It has been designed to be intuitive so that potentially even the most technophobic of church wardens will be able to complete it, if they like. 5 conditions are proposed. First is simply that an electronic register book may only be kept according to the form approved by General Synod under Canon F12, paragraph 3. The second provides that in the case of a parish church, a parochial chapel, a chapel of ease, a chapel of conventional district, a guild church or a cathedral church, the variety is joyous. An electronic register book of services may be kept only where the PCC, GCC, DCC, or chapter, as the case may be, has passed a resolution to that effect. The third condition provides that the church may go back to the paper format, but only when the relevant body has passed a resolution. The fourth condition is perhaps a little picky, but for the avoidance of doubt, it provides that where a resolution under either conditions 2 or 3 is passed, it must state the date. The fifth condition ensures that personal data will only be recorded in an electronic register book of services if to do so is in accordance with data protection law. Churches will need to ensure they are compliant with this. Synod, we hope that this will encourage those churches that wish to move towards an online system for the keeping of service registers can do so. The system is ready to go. I had rather hoped it might be used at the Minster on Sunday, but that was not to be. Next year. MCABMDIYLTSOT. Making church a bit more digital if you like that sort of thing. I rather hope you do like it. I beg to move the motion in my name.
The motion to approve the instrument is now open for debate. Point of order.
This seems to me, Graham Kirk-Spriggs, Norwich 181, this seems to me to be a relatively simple thing, and that I request a motion of closure on this item.
I'm afraid that does not have my approval. I would like to have a couple of comments. Can I have Nigel Bacon? Thank you. And Nigel will be followed by Sarah Betts. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Speech limit.
Thank you, Chair, for calling me. Nigel Bacon, Lincoln 342. I'll repeat that since it's slow. Nigel Bacon, Lincoln 342. Thank you, Chair, for calling me. I can't pretend to repeat that row of acronyms, but I'm right behind it, Julie, definitely. I only wish to raise a relatively small point to ease the implementation of this. Condition 5, as you referenced in the instrument, states that personal data can only be recorded in an electronic book of services if doing so is in accordance with data privacy law. I fear that the lack of more specific guidance may lead to confusion and inconsistency in connection particularly with the occasional offices when, say, it falls to a church warden to fill in the record. When the electronic register is released, can some specific guidance be issued as to whether or not the names of those being baptized or married may be entered into the notes section for the relative services? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Eleanor, and after Eleanor, I'm happy to have a motion for closure.
Sorry, Robert Shaw, 217 Sheffield. I'm right behind this. I don't think the internet's quite reached my parish yet, but it's a great thing to happen. But one confession I have to make is that I'm a real church register nerd, and I do like to look back at things and look at the handwriting and see where somebody's written something in the place to explain something that happens. I just wonder in the future, is this data going to be available for people to, like me, look back and with kind of misty eyes and enjoy seeing this stuff? Because it would be a shame if we lost that ability to see what had happened. It encapsulates just a moment in the life of a parish, and I think it's just a special thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Graham Cook-Spriggs, 181 Norwich. Thank you, Chair. I propose a motion of closure on this.
Thank you. I'm going to test the mind of Synod, and we will pretend we did not hear the gentleman just now, because he's not allowed to, because he's spoken already. So he did not speak. So I'm going to test the mind of Synod. If you would like us to close this debate, can you indicate show of hands or green ticks? Thank you. Those against? Clearly carried. I would like to call on Mrs. Ziegel to respond. You have up to 5 minutes.
Julie de Ziegel, 377 Oxford. Thank you, Nigel and Robin. Nigel, yes, we'll be issuing guidance, and that will be available, so you'll know whether or not you can put in the names and whether or not that actually complies with the law. Robin, yes, you will be able to see the records. I can't see Robin. You will be able to see the records, and you will be able to go back with wonder. And I do actually understand the joy of looking in old minute books, in my case. Right, thank you very much, Synod.
We now put item 501 to the vote, and this will be simply by a show of hands, and if you're on Zoom, a green tick will be in order. Those in favor of item 501, please show. Thank you. Those against? A red cross if you're online. This is clearly carried. Thank you very much. We now move to item 26. So we come now to item 26. Members will need GS 2312. You will also need notice paper 4, which is the financial memo. And you will need notice paper 11, as there is a financial comment on the amendment at paragraph 3 on notice paper 11. And you will also need to have notice paper 12, which has amendment number 78. This was accidentally left off the order paper 7, which contained the first amendment. I now call on Mr. Scowen to move the motion. Thank you. You have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Clive Scowen, London 358. Firstly, a couple of personal apologies. My computer has died, so I'm going to try to read this from my phone, so that may be a little tricky. The other is I have a persistent cough. I'm hoping to get through this without dissolving into coughing, but if I don't, I hope you'll excuse that. At the beginning of each quinquennium, the Business Committee establishes a group to review the immediately preceding elections to the General Synod, to see if any improvements can be made to practice and procedures, and whether the rules and guidance need to be amended prior to the next elections. Imaginatively, this body is known as the Elections Review Group. Its members for this quinquennium are 3 from the Business Committee, Father Paul Cartwright, Nick Tall and myself, 2 Synod members appointed by the Appointments Committee, Prudence Daly and Catherine Stevenson, and also a Diocesan Secretary appointed by the Appointments Committee, who is the York Diocesan Secretary, Peter Worry. In addition to the main task I've just described, the practice has grown up of referring other issues relating to elections and votings, APMs and PCCs to the group to keep us busy for as much of the quinquennium as possible. So before Synod today is our first report, which deals with the main task, a review of the 2021 elections and also some issues referred to the group concerned concerned with PCC elections. Turning then to the review of the 2021 elections, the group consulted all Synod members, diocesan secretaries and presiding officers, and Civica Election Services, who ran the electronic elections. Many of our recommendations seek to address issues mentioned in those consultations. Later on, having agreed provisional recommendations, we consulted again with the diocesan secretaries by Zoom and in writing to try to ensure that we were not proposing anything which they would find impossible or difficult to implement. As a result, we're confident that our 25 recommendations are broadly accepted by them as feasible. I'm not going to go through the recommendations one by one. I trust that members have read the report, or at least the recommendations which are set out together in Annex 2 to the report, and so I will just highlight the main themes. One of the additional tasks of the ERG in the last quinquennium was to oversee the introduction of the new electronic voting system in collaboration with Civica. As with any new complex system involving computers, unforeseen problems occurred which were exacerbated by the fact that Civica has a separate contract with each diocese, who each manage things slightly differently and to different timetables. And they were seeking assistance from Civica on different issues at the same time. So we make a number of recommendations for improvements which hopefully should avoid those issues in future. We're suggesting that instead of 42 contracts between Civica and each diocese, there should be one national contract between Civica and the Archbishop's Council. Although the diocese would still fund and deliver the elections locally, those parts of the process which don't have to be managed at diocesan level should be considered for transfer to the national level. At present, there is an indicative timetable published nationally, but dioceses are entitled to vary it in some respects, resulting in potentially confusing and conflicting information about deadlines appearing on the Church of England website and diocesan websites. We recommend that a mandatory national timetable should be introduced so that there's no confusion caused by conflicting information on websites as to closing dates for nominations, voting, etc. Since the anticipated date of the next elections is 2026, when new deanery synods will just have been elected, and since APCMs can now take place up to the end of May, more time will be needed to prepare the diocesan electoral rolls for the laity and to make preliminary contact with electors. So it's suggested that dissolution of the old synod should be delayed a couple of weeks to enable that to be done. It normally takes place immediately after the York Synod in that year. It also recognises that it would be desirable to brief electors early on about what to expect, how to vote, and so on, and that a user-friendly document or video be produced outlining the election process and seeking to encourage people to be candidates. Similarly, we recommend delaying the close of nominations by a week into mid-September and better signposting for candidates and electors wishing to access a paper-based system. We want to ensure that the ballot paper or electronic form shows the proposer and seconder of each candidate and the parish on whose roll they are enrolled or the ecclesiastical office held in the case of clergy. The election statements of all candidates should be on the diocesan website for the whole election period, and those of successful candidates we recommend should be kept available there for the whole of the ensuing quinquennium, or at least for as long as they remain on synod. Whilst hustings will remain at the discretion of the presiding officer, we're proposing that they should be encouraged to offer a written questions and answer process, with candidates free to decide whether to answer questions or not. We plan to develop a YouTube tutorial on how to use the platform, the voting platform that is, and to seek advice to ensure that the online voting platform is fully accessible to visually impaired people. We recommend that the system should send reminder emails to voters who've not yet voted 7 days before the close of poll. Then the results of the election should be posted on the Church of England website in a consistent form, in addition to what the dioceses post on their own websites. And finally, there were recommendations concerning diversity, suggesting that if the next General Synod elections do not produce a higher proportion of elected UKME JMH members, consideration should be given to repeating the co-option exercise we did last year. And also that promotional materials for the elections should involve a diverse range of people. And we recommend that Synod decide whether it wishes to find a new way of co-opting young participant observers. Well, that's been rather overtaken by what we voted on Friday. Synod has decided that it does wish to do that. This report also contains recommendations regarding elections at APCMs arising from issues raised by Mrs. Amanda Robbie in a debate here last year. Occasionally, a candidate will be nominated by family members who enjoys no support from anyone else in the parish, but nevertheless gets elected to PCC or Deanery Synod because there are not enough other candidates to require a vote. We're recommending that in those circumstances it should be possible for the APCM to decide to have a yes-no vote on each candidate nominated. We also recommend that those elected to a PCC should be required to sign a declaration that they've not been convicted of relevant offences and are not otherwise debarred from office. Finally, the group was addressed by Mr. Clive Billiness on his proposal for automatic postal voting at APCMs, both on elections and other matters on which votes are taken. The group felt that although he had raised some important points, more reflection and consultation was needed on his suggestions than we had time to do before producing this report. We will therefore consider this matter fully in the next tranche of our work and make recommendations in our next report, which we hope and expect to be at this time next year. So, Chair, I move that Synod receive this report and agree the recommendations contained within it.
Thank you. Item 26 is now open for debate, and there will be a speech limit of 3 minutes. Lady here, and the gentleman in the glasses.
Rachel Jepson, Birmingham 252. I warmly welcome the reports from the Elections Review Group. It is obvious that you have thought through the complexities carefully and, importantly, the nuances of the election process to General Synod. Overall, therefore, I applaud the recommendations. It is wise to have recommendations which focus on each stage of the process and in chronological order. However, I would like to draw our attention in particular to recommendation Q. For clarity and simplicity, I would like to suggest, therefore, that there is a single closing date for the receipt of the ballot papers. Then, as a consequence, that the count takes place 2 days later to allow for the logistics, for instance, the input of paper ballots. After all, we all desire the greatest possible participation in our elections. So being more clear and simple throughout the process benefits us all. Thank you.
Simon Eyre, Chichester 287. Thank you to the group for the extensive work you've done, a very helpful report and recommendations. Thank you. I'm going to make 3 brief points. The fact that we had to co-opt GMH members onto the Synod very soon after the elections, I think really must be taken as an admission of failure on our part. And I wonder how we can better do that next time. How do we encourage GMH members? How do we encourage those under 30 to be here? I would suggest that probably the best people to do that are those of GMH heritage and those who are under 30, who are already in this chamber, so that they encourage people to see that this is a valuable service, that their presence is very welcome, and that their input from the outset is equal to anybody who is here. I, as a retired white male professional, I'm not the best advocate probably to do that. So it probably sits with those people from those backgrounds who would be best. The second point I want to make is that to some extent I feel I'm here by chance. I received an email as a church warden, and that was the first realization that I had that I could be part of the process even though I wasn't on Deanery Synod. There was no other advertising or any other means by which I became aware of that. And I think that does call into question the way that dioceses have promoted and publicised this exercise ahead of the election. And I would encourage greater engagement by all dioceses over this. And maybe one of the mechanisms also to help candidates achieve an adequate application is recommendation M, which is about putting the statements on the website and keeping them there until the next election, which I think would be a very valuable thing. The third thing I want to say briefly is the aim of the process is to produce a balanced representation of the Church of England. That is how I understand it, and I wonder if we're achieving that. As someone who put forward a candidacy as an independent candidate, not attached to a party ticket, I do wonder if we could encourage more those who have a contribution to make over a wide range of issues, not just single-issue candidates. And I wonder if one of the ways of doing that is to try and encourage greater competition in dioceses. In Chichester, where I come from, we had 5 lay candidates for each place. I know of other dioceses where it's less than 2. There's clearly a disparity there, and I think we should encourage more candidates to come forward so that it is a more democratic process. But overall, I am very encouraged by the report. I thank you for it, and I just think better work from the diocese could help the process hugely. Thank you.
Thank you. Emma Joy Gregory, followed by the lady in pink, and after that I'll be looking to call Miss Prudence Daly to speak to and move her amendment.
Emma Joy Gregory, 247 Bath and Wells. I'm going to start with an apology. I was out having a comfort break. I didn't realise this debate had started. So I hope nobody else has already made this point. Sorry if they already have. My contribution relates to recommendation L, part B, that the ballot form should show for candidates for election to the House of Laity the names of the electoral rolls in the relevant diocese on which the candidate's name is entered, and for clergy elections, the ecclesiastical office by virtue of which the candidate is qualified for election. My concern is that this might unintentionally result in an increase in the electorate voting based on the reputation of a person's home church rather than the qualities of the person. As a lay person, my speech will particularly focus on the impact this would have on the laity elections. To illustrate my point, now when it comes to local government elections, I must admit that I'm an extremely lazy voter. Rather than actually finding out about the characteristics of the person standing, I simply go to the polling station and just vote for whoever represents the political party I usually side with. Maybe you do the same. My fear is that if we print the name of the church where the candidate is on the electoral roll, the same effect may happen. Rather than read the election address supplied, where they might learn of the candidate's experience, qualifications, talents, whether they're a young person or a UKME person. Instead, they might go for the path of least resistance, become a lazy voter, and just cast their vote based on what they know, or what they think they know, about the church printed beside their name. Another unforeseen consequence might be that once people realise this, they might do whatever they need to do to get on an additional electoral roll, so that they might have a broader appeal to voters. So, I ask the Electoral Review Group to reconsider this particular idea and its potential effect on deepening the divides of our church. Thank you.
Caroline Herbert, Norwich 371. And I want to echo what previous speakers have said with a great thanks to the Elections Review Group, both for all their work on this report, for its clarity, and all the recommendations, which hopefully mean that next time around things will go even better than they did this time. I want to focus on one very specific point. So paragraph 39 talks about the underrepresentation of people on Synod, such as disabled people and those from low-income backgrounds. And recommendation X to address this says that there should be a sort of material to promote the elections, encouraging people to stand, and accessible advice available on how to be a candidate. I would urge that this advice would also include advice about what it's like to actually be on General Synod. I'm sure people would be wanting to know what accessibility arrangements can be made, what it's like, and for those from low-income backgrounds, how do they actually pay for this? And that's perhaps a question more for diocese than the Elections Review Group, but if this advice is going to be useful, it would need to explain how to claim expenses and what to do if you are unable to lay out in advance perhaps hundreds of pounds for a London Synod for transport and accommodation. Low-income people that I know would really, really struggle with that, and it would seem completely beyond them. So I think we need to think about the whole package as well. Thank you.
I'd now like to call Ms. Prudence Daly to speak to and move her amendment. The speech limit is still 3 minutes.
Prudence Daly, 376, Oxford. As you will have seen, I was a member of the Elections Review Group, and it's been a pleasure to work with all of you, and I thank the group for indulging me on various points that I made as we were going ahead with our discussions. And indeed, the group did initially take up the proposal that I'm putting before you today, but then it subsequently got rejected at a meeting which regrettably I was not able to be present at, and so I'm taking this opportunity to test the mind of Synod on it. So my proposal will require dioceses to contact all electors by post as well as by email with basically a warning letter at the start of the proposal. And the reason for that is because I don't believe that email alone is a sufficiently robust means of communication. For one thing, it's very difficult to maintain accurate lists of email addresses. I know great work goes into this at the start of the election, but you're relying on a lot of volunteers. People change their email addresses frequently and don't always let people know. But even if you have got the right email address, we all know the significant danger of something going into spam so that you simply never receive it. And even if it doesn't go into spam, if you're not expecting it and you don't recognise it, I know many electors, for example, who weren't expecting an email from CES, you might simply delete it and think nothing more of it. And then finally, there's a group of people, particularly elderly people, who may have an email address but actually very rarely look at it. Now, it is true that electronic voting has increased the turnout, and that's great, but that doesn't mean that there aren't some people who've also been excluded, creating a democratic deficit in the system. Now, I know that dioceses have objected to this proposal for a few reasons. First of all, they say they no longer have the capability to do that kind of mass mailing, and also it imposes additional cost. But there are, and it could delay the timetable, but there are external mailing houses that can turn that kind of thing around very quickly. And finally, there is the additional cost. But I would say to Synod costs money. The cost of doing this is but a tiny fraction of the cost of bringing us all here multiple times a year. And I think if we're going to do democracy, we need to do it as robustly as possible and maximise access. And I would therefore beg Synod to support this motion, which I do now move.
I call on Mr. Scowen to respond.
Scowen, London 358. Firstly, I'm a little alarmed to hear Prudence saying she was a member of the Elections Review Group. I very much hope, Prudence, that you still are. Yes, I didn't want a resignation. Certainly not from you, because as you said, you have made some really very helpful contributions which have shaped our recommendations in a number of respects. However, I am going to resist this amendment. Prudence is right. We did originally include it as one of our provisional recommendations, but when we came to talk to the diocese, they said this just isn't going to work. Many dioceses, apparently, well, some at least, no longer routinely collect postal addresses. Where an elector has provided an email address, that's all they've got. So actually, for some dioceses, what Prudence is asking for would be impossible. Of course, where an email address is not provided, then there is a postal address, but it is the exception rather than the rule. Now, it would seem, and there are clearly people who either don't use email at all, in which case they can do everything by post, or only look at it rarely. And I can understand why there is a concern. But if you put that alongside, the impossibility of doing this in many dioceses, as well as the very considerable cost involved in sending letters to everybody when the vast majority of them will be able to see the email, I suggest, particularly in the financial situation that many dioceses find themselves now, that would be disproportionate. I think we need to, when we as Synod make these rules, we really do need to have regard to what is possible and what is realistic for dioceses to do. So with some regret, all of the group, apart from Prudence, agreed to remove that part of the recommendation. Now, Prudence does make a very good point about the name CES and how some people don't recognize what that email is. That's precisely the reason for sending out this preliminary email, which won't come from CES, it'll come from the diocese, which will alert them to the need to look out for CES emails when the election period opens, nomination period opens. So I think that's actually what we're seeking to do with this recommendation as it stands. So I do resist this amendment.
As Mr. Scowen does not support the amendment, it will lapse unless 25 members stand in their places or otherwise indicate that they wish the debate on the amendment to continue and a vote to be taken on the amendment. I therefore now invite members to stand in their places, or if unable to do so, otherwise indicate. For those on Zoom, please use the green ticks to indicate if you wish the debate on the amendment to continue. We do have 25 standing, so the debate on the amendment continues. Gentleman standing there, and the lady there as well. Limit is still 3 minutes.
Graham Kirkbriggs, Norwich 181. Synod, I urge us to reject this amendment. I, for one, know about the stretched budgets within our diocesan departments. I know, for one, of staff cuts and difficulties within Diocesan House. And to be quite frank, I'd much rather the valuable time of our diocesan staff is spent on supporting and encouraging our parishes rather than on administrative tasks like this. It's unfeasible, it's expensive, and quite frankly, it's unnecessary. So I would urge you to resist this. Thank you.
Thank you. After the next speaker, I will be testing the mind of Synod on closure on item 71, the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Penny Allen, 335 Lichfield. Please resist this. In our Deanery Synod, for those members who are not on email, we print off the papers and take them to them. They're not even posted. They have someone who lives nearby who helps them. Most Deanery Synods are operating in that way for those who don't have access to the computers, who are not able to cope with the technology. And I think the onus is on Deanery Synods here to help to provide the information. And I would say to you all, as the previous speaker has, that the cost of doing that to our diocese is nothing, because the people who are printing the papers off for them live locally and can deliver them. It's a much more sensible way to cope with this problem, and I think, as we all know, budgets are very tight, and what we have is actually efficient. Thank you.
I now wish to test the mind of the Synod on whether item 71 has been sufficiently debated. I therefore put the motion for closure on item 71. Those in favour of the motion for closure on item 71, please now show on screen green ticks. Thank you. Those against the motion for closure, please show. That is clearly carried. And now we vote on item 71. Those in favour, please show. Thank you. Those against, please show. Thank you. That is clearly lost. I would now like to call Mr. John Wilson to speak to and move his amendment, item 78, which is on notice paper 12. You have up to 3 minutes.
John Wilson, Lichfield, 341. Thank you, Chair. Synod, this is a very simple amendment. The Elections Review Group, under Clive Scown's chairmanship, carried out an important and detailed review of the elections to General Synod in 2021. In this motion, we're being asked to receive the report and agree the recommendations contained in Annex to GS 2312. There are 25 recommendations listed in the Annex that each need proper scrutiny and examination. Whilst the majority of the recommendations are sensible, some cause concern, as is the case with recommendation V under further work following paragraph 39. It says, the effect of the global majority heritage co-options on the diversity of representation should be evaluated after the next election. If there's no improvement, there should be consideration of repeating the co-option process. Synod, we have a democratic process in place to choose who should represent us at General Synod. It's called an election. It's the nature of elections that they don't always produce a perfect demographic representation. When that happens, where a particular grouping is perceived as being underrepresented, we're on a slippery slope if we attempt to adjust the balance by co-opting additional members. We must work harder to try and redress the balance through the proper means to inform and encourage candidates from these demographics to put themselves forward for the electorate to decide who should represent them at General Synod. I should say, Synod, that my amendment is in no way an attempt to limit the number of global majority heritage members or any other constituency. I would bring this amendment irrespective of the constituencies involved. Whilst the recommendation says if there's no improvement, there should be consideration of repeating the co-option process, an unintended consequence of the motion, if unamended, whilst not explicitly indicating the repeating of the co-option process, it is that it leads Synod along the path that Synod has already accepted the co-option process should be employed again. This is like to be used in future to indicate that discussions and debate to indicate that Synod has already agreed to, or at least given strong support for, the co-option process. Likewise, we'll be told that the co-option process that was used to redress the balance following the 2021 elections, that does not make it right. It was not democratic then, and it's not democratic now. We need to discuss this. In a moment, Clive will be asked if he's willing to accept the amendment. If he does not, the only way we can continue discussion is if 25 members stand. I'm sure, like me, that you want to see that the membership to General Synod has been chosen by a process that is free, fair, equal and democratic, and not circumvented because the constituency is thought to be underrepresented. Whether you agree with my amendment or not, now is the time to stand so that we can have that debate. I beg to move the amendment that stands in my name.
Thank you. Mr. Scone, will you please respond? You have up to 5 minutes, but I'm sure you won't need all of that.
I would have thought not, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for raising this issue. Yes, co-option is not the ideal way of getting to the desired position. Those who weren't on the previous synod in the previous quinquennium may not be aware that there was a report from Lament to Action which focused on the many warm words the synod has spoken over the years about redressing or addressing the problem of the way GMH people have been treated in our church and their representation on synod in particular. And it recommended what we actually did, the co-option of members in the houses of clergy and laity, to bring the number up to a more representative proportion of those in the lives of our churches. Now, it is my profound hope that having done that, and having now got at least 10 people with real experience of serving on synod, that those people will stand for election next time and be elected. But we can't guarantee that that's going to happen. In my diocese, we regularly have a significant number of global majority heritage people standing for election. More of them were elected this time than last, but it still is more difficult for them, it seems, than for others. So I believe we need to keep open the possibility of repeating the co-option if the next election doesn't do what I hope it will do and enable a good number, an appropriate number of UKME and GMH people to be elected by the normal method. Now, this recommendation simply says should be considered, or consideration should be given. That is not committing the Synod to anything, still less the next Synod. It's simply keeping it open for us to consider in the light of the results of the next election. And so I really do urge you to resist this amendment.
As Mr. Scowen does not support the amendment, it will lapse unless 25 members stand in their places or otherwise indicate that they wish the debate on the amendment to continue and a vote to be taken on the amendment. I therefore now invite members to stand in their places or, if unable to do so, otherwise indicate. For those on Zoom, please use the green ticks to indicate if you wish the debate on the amendment to continue. May I invite you now, please? We clearly do not have 25 people standing, so this lapses. We now continue the main debate on the motion as it stands, yes. Okay, we'll have the lady here, please, first, and the gentleman behind her. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Diana Tremaine, Leeds 331. Again, I'd like to echo, thank you, I won't need that long. I'd like to echo the thanks for the work of the group. I think it's incredibly thorough. I just wanted to come back to the point that Simon made earlier. I was not an elector, so I did not receive any information about the elections in 2021. And if I had not been prompted to find out more, then certainly I would never have known or found out about what was going on. The recommendations that have been given are about transparency, they're about ensuring greater representation, including the last amendment which was resisted. And I think that's crucial. People need to see themselves represented in all sorts of ways and not just be people who are already electors, established members of PCCs and deanery synods and things. So I really hope that we'll take on board these recommendations and they will lead to change as we move forward. So I'm fully in support of the motion.
Thank you. After the next speaker, I'll be testing the mind of Synod on whether we close this motion.
Thank you, Chair. Ian Boothroyd, 422 Southwell and Nottingham. I do welcome the work of the review group and hope that we will move towards greater consistency with openness, support and help for dioceses in mind. The two particular points I just wanted to make from my own, as a fairly new member, recent experience. One is on paragraph 29 and recommendation N about a written questions process for the next election. Hard questions are fine and we should be open about what we think. But just imagine there is a deluge of questions, perhaps some with a particular bent, perhaps some with unfortunate phrasing. Is there going to be an editing process? Who would have the right to do that? Do they need guidance to do it? And then on paragraph 32, Candidates are able to watch the count process, and I was told I had a right to observe the count. I wonder how meaningful that is now, if what it means is that I can see the enter button pressed to activate the computer program, which then springs across the screen with the results. I just wonder whether that has unavoidably been lost, that right, and perhaps something needs to be looked at there to see if we can know more about exactly how the count has been run. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now wish to test the mind of the Synod on whether this item has been sufficiently debated. I therefore put the motion for closure on this item. Those in favour of the motion for closure on the item, please show green ticks on Zoom. Thank you. Those against? That is clearly carried. Mr. Scowen, can you please respond to the debate? You have up to 5 minutes, but I'm sure you won't need all of that.
Thank you, Chair. Very grateful for all the comments and the warm welcome. It's nice to be told we've been thorough. I hope we have. It really is the work of all 6 members of the group, assisted very ably by the staff, which has brought that about. And I do want to thank them, actually. Sometimes we were meeting monthly on Zoom, which isn't always what people want to do, but they did do it, and I'm very grateful, especially because we've still got a lot more to go, and you'll hear more about that next year. Rachel Jepson mentioned recommendation Q. The reason the postal ballot has to close a day earlier than the electronic one is a technical one to do with the very nature of the system. It's not possible to input extra votes once the electronic portal has closed. It's got to be done before closure. And that was a real problem last year. There were folk in dioceses sort of at 11 o'clock at night trying desperately to get it all in before before midnight came. So that's the reason. It's to make life more tolerable in the diocese, and to work with the system as it is. Simon Eyre, I absolutely agree with you about encouraging GMH members, young people, to stand for Synod, and I think Synod agrees with that, particularly with regard to young people, but in the light of what we decided on Friday. Thank you for your agreement about keeping the election statements on the website. I do think our electors are entitled to know what we said when we were elected. But let's not expect too much of the diocesan operation in terms of encouraging people to stand. Yes, they will, but they've got to tread a careful line not to appear to be in any way other than impartial. And you can see there could be a risk in saying we want X type of person to stand in appearing to be impartial. So just a bit of balance there. It's much easier, frankly, for the centre to do it than it is for the diocese. Emma Gregory, I understand the point. I just believe in openness. It seems to me, and to our group, because we all agreed about this, that it was an important piece of information for people to have. Not least because some people might feel that they don't want to vote for too many people from the same parish. And sometimes you get a lot of people standing from the same parish. Other people might think that that parish is fantastic and their people must be good. Now, I take Emma's point that might be lazy and people not reading the election addresses. In my impression is that those who bother to vote at all usually take it pretty seriously and do read the stuff because they care about what the people are going to say. And I think most people recognise that the fact that you go to a particular church does not guarantee that you hold a particular set of views. Caroline Herbert, thank you for your encouragement. Advice about what it's like to be on Synod. I do wonder whether that serves the purpose of encouraging people to stand, but certainly information about accessibility and clarity about expenses. And I do think you make a tremendously important point about people who can't afford to pay up front for accommodation in London, and whether we ought to have a better system for that. Now, it's not something we've considered. I dare say somebody will ask us to, but somebody certainly needs to think about that. Thank you, Diana Tremaine, for your support. And Ian Boothroyd, written questions process, we talked a lot about this, and especially to the diocese. We originally recommended making it mandatory, but after consultation with the diocese, we recognised that that was not a fair expectation of every diocese. So it is for the diocese to decide whether it wants to have a written questions process, but you're right to say it does give rise to some interesting practical problems which they'll have to think through. So this is an aspiration, and it's for dioceses to decide what they want to do. Well, I see I have taken my 5 minutes, and we think the right to attend the count should be preserved, even though it's not as exciting as it used to be.
Thank you. We now put item 26 to the vote. Those online voting in favour, green ticks. Online, if you're voting against, it's red crosses. So those in favour, with a simple show of hands, please. Thank you. Those against? This is clearly carried. Item 26 is clearly carried. We now move to the next item of business. Thank you, Synod.
Good afternoon, Synod. We now come to item 509A, the Church Representation Rules Amendment Resolution 2023. Members will need GS 2313 and the explanatory notes GS 2313X and, of course, Order Paper 7. First, I shall call on Mr. Clive Scowen on behalf of the Business Committee to move item 509A, the preliminary motion that the resolution be considered. This will provide an opportunity to make general comments about the resolution or to raise specific points which do not relate to the amendment on the order paper. If the preliminary motion is carried, we will then move to the amendments. And we will take item 516 before 515 because that is a substantial amendment. Members who wish to comment on the amendments should not do so during the preliminary motion debate, but should reserve their comments for the debate on the amendments. Once the amendments have been dealt with, Mr Scowen will move the approval motion at item 509B. In order to be carried, item 509B must be passed with a majority in each house of not less than 2/3 of those present and voting. I now call on Mr Clive Scowen to move item 509A. He may speak for up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Clive Scowen, London 358. Well, this resolution gives effect to the 3 recommendations in the Election Reviews Group's report, which were not concerned with General Synod elections. And 2 of them are to do with the matters raised by Mrs Robbie last year. And the first of them, in paragraph 2, provides that where at an annual parochial church meeting, the number of candidates for the election of parochial representatives of the laity does not exceed the number of places to be filled, anybody entitled to attend the meeting may seek a vote to confirm the election of each candidate. If the resolution is passed by a simple majority, a vote is then held in the case of each candidate on whether that candidate should be declared elected. It's my anticipation that in the vast majority of annual meetings, this will not be needed. Sadly, some churches do experience the problem of people who have very little support, shall we say, in the parish, who get themselves elected to PCCs and deanery synods simply because there's nobody to stand against them. And this can cause an enormous problem for the functioning of the PCC and often for the incumbent who has to chair that PCC. So we're dealing with a serious problem that only occurs occasionally, but is sufficiently serious for us to seek to provide a remedy. Now, originally it was suggested that we should have a limit on, a prohibition on close relatives proposing and seconding candidates. But then when it came down to trying to define what a close relative was, that becomes very difficult. So we've gone for a different approach, which simply gives the APCM, when it decides to do so by a simple majority, a right to vote on each candidate. That seems to me to be right and proportionate. As I say, for most parishes, this simply won't be an issue, but where it is, it really matters. Then paragraph 3 requires a person elected as a parochial representative of the laity to make a declaration that that person is not disqualified under the church representation rules by virtue of being an employee of the national church institutions, being included in barred list under the Safeguarding Vulnerable Groups Act 2006, being convicted of a violent offence against a child, or being disqualified as a charity trustee. A failure to make such a declaration would result in the person losing his or her seat. Now, again, one hopes that the problem that this is seeking to deal with is a rare one, but the fact is that people who ought not to be on our PCCs do sometimes get elected. And at the moment, we have no ability to insist on DBS checks for ordinary PCC members, or so we are advised. And all we can do at the moment, in the current state of the law, is to ask them to complete a declaration. Now, if you read our report, you will see that we're also suggesting to the National Safeguarding Team that they might like to pursue this issue of whether there ought to be a mandatory DBS check for folks serving on PCCs, but that's certainly not a matter that Synod can deal with. So this is a partial solution to that problem. And of course, in any event, DBS checks don't flag up disqualifications from serving as a charity trustee. And now this is the showstopper, really. Paragraph 4 Mr. Mark Williams, being an eagle-eyed person, spotted that Form 1 in the church representation rules, which is the form used to give notice of the annual parochial church meeting, continues to refer to the report on the fabric, goods and ornaments. Shouldn't do that because of the effect of Section 50 of the Ecclesiastical Jurisdiction and Care of Churches Measure 2018, which has changed the name of the report. And so we're taking this opportunity to make that correction. I'm trusting that won't lead to too much debate. So, Chair, I move the resolution, the motion standing in my name that the Church Representation Rules Amendment Resolution 2023 be considered.
Thank you. This item is now open for debate. The lady there, please, and then Amanda Robbie. The speech limit is 5 minutes.
Alice McElwain, 445 Armed Forces. Thank you for explaining the reason for the changes. I hadn't quite got it until I heard Mr. Scowen's speech, so thank you for that. As I was reading through the amendment, what it replaces is a very simple sentence, I believe, that reads, if the number of candidates does not exceed the number of seats to be filled, each candidate is declared elected. I'm an army wife and I've been a member of many parishes, and it's, I believe, often the case that people are elected under those circumstances. We are often lucky to get someone to come forward. It would be helpful if the amended language made it clear that that can still be the case. Perhaps it's in the word may. My reading was that actually for any election to go forward, then the new process would need to be gone through. If that's not the case, and I would hope that it isn't, then is it possible for the drafting to make that clear? Thank you.
Amanda Robbie, followed by Luke Appleton.
Amanda Robbie, Lichfield 339. Thank you for calling me, Chair, and thank you to the Elections Review Group for taking on board my representations last summer. It's a delight to be making legislation in this way. In the 1980s, radio news bulletins on Radio Nepal almost exclusively described the activities of the Nepalese royal family. My dad worked for the BBC as head of radio training and made 16 visits to Kathmandu in the 1980s and 90s to deliver training on journalism and broadcasting. And he used to say that he was there going to Kathmandu to make Radio Nepal less bad. He was going to make small changes to encourage a better approach to journalism and news in that place. And so I have a similar approach to my time on General Synod. We're often overwhelmed with huge issues that beset our church, but in this proposal, I believe we're making small but significant changes, and that we can make the Church of England less bad. The two main proposals in this motion originated in our church, Holy Trinity, West Bromwich. We followed synodical process, but I was able to leap in last summer. And many thanks to Canterbury Diocese for their motion, which I was able to hijack. We have indeed had problems with a disruptive member who took an unopposed place on PCC. And as PCCs increasingly struggle to recruit members, this possibility, I think, will increase. So I'm very grateful for Clause 2. And then Clause 3 was developed because our assistant pastor, Helen Morrow, spotted a clash between safer recruitment rules and what was actually possible. So I wholeheartedly commend Clause 3 to protect PCCs, to have made the largest possible investigation into ensuring that PCC members are appropriately recruited. So please join me in voting for this measure, making the Church of England less bad, And maybe there's someone else here who can contribute to the next small adjustment to the church representation rules to help our church work better for the glory of God. Thank you.
Thank you. The speech limit is now 3 minutes. Luke Appleton, followed by Adrian Greenwood, please.
Luke Appleton, 309. I've got 2 comments about the APCM aspect of what's being proposed. The first one is about the struggle in some parishes to actually get engagement with APCMs. So just urging caution if we're adding any levels of bureaucracy to them. It's already hard enough sometimes to get people to engage them. I think the second point I would just make is around the joyful insanity of parish life in some places. Some vicars' job is to keep the rival factions of the parish together. I don't think this is probably very politically incorrect, but almost like a sort of dictator in a very tribal Middle Eastern country trying to keep everything together. I'll strike that one from the record maybe. But maybe some people will relate. The problem comes with this measure is actually sometimes different factions within certain parish settings may try and weaponise those sorts of votes. And actually we need representation from different groups, not just cliques who can garner enough votes at what might be an unrepresentative APCM at a time inconvenient to everybody. So I would just urge some caution about unintended consequences and how it might end up affecting parish life in some of our more challenging parishes. Thank you.
Thank you. After Adrian Greenwood, the gentleman here with the yellow words. After that, I will be testing the mind of Synod for a motion of closure on this item.
Adrian Greenwood, Southwark 415. Thank you very much, Chair. We're talking about amending this document, which you might have noticed is the same colour as Clive's shirt today. I just want to check that I heard Clive correctly, because I can't see the supporting stuff in what's written. I support this, and you said it applies to the election of PCCs by APCMs. You also said, I think, Clive, that it applied to the election of deanery synod reps, which of course happens every 3 years, but I can't see that in the paperwork or in the thing, so could you just clarify that? And perhaps, if it's not there, it's something to be added in a future amendment. Thank you very much.
John Mason, Chester, 280. My comment's also about paragraph 3. I'm all in favour of the declaration about disqualification. I just want a bit of clarification. The way I'm reading it, it would appear that you can get elected before you have to make the declaration. And I just would have thought it would be more sensible to have to make the declaration at the time you put your name forward for nomination and proposing the seconding, in the same way that the church warden does. I just envisage a situation where somebody gets elected at the APCM, and then, as I read it, they couldn't actually then take part in the short PCC meeting, which usually occurs immediately after that to elect officers, without signing that declaration. And I just know where people might at that point suddenly say, oh, I didn't realise, and they might be concerned and so on. And I just wonder if, at least, at the very least, people could be encouraged to make a declaration at the time they're nominated. Thank
you. Thank you. I will now move a motion for closure on this item of business. All in favour, please show. Thank you. Those against, please show. That is carried. So I call on Mr. Scowen to respond, please. He has up to 5 minutes.
Thank you for that debate and taking an interest in what might to some appear a little dry. I can't imagine why. Alice McElwain was concerned about the clarity of the drafting. We think it's clear from a legal point of view, and this is drafted by Parliamentary Council. However, there is an important role of interpretation to be done, and I do think that when, assuming you pass this, that when it is promulgated, there needs to be some accompanying documentation that help people to understand precisely what the words mean. So thank you for raising the point. I don't think there's a legal problem with the drafting, but more explanation is always welcome. Amanda Robbie, I share your ambition to make the Church of England less bad, and I guess that's probably why most of us are here. So thank you for your support and welcome for this, and I agree with you that it does make a small contribution to doing that. Yeah, engagement, Luke Appleton, engagement with APCMs is difficult in some places, and again, thought needs to be given imaginatively at a local level to how to engage people. When you have the meeting, for example, whether you enable people to join online in a hybrid meeting, all those things are things that can be thought about. I don't think that this is in any way bureaucratic. It's simply giving a right to an APCM to decide that it wants to proceed in a particular way to ensure that someone with virtually no support doesn't get elected. I take the point about cliques and factions. I don't know how you can ultimately avoid that. I mean, the reality is that if you have a contested election, if there's a majority clique at the meeting, all their people will get elected. So this is a problem, you know, whatever happens at the APCM, if that's what you've got in the parish. I think the solution to that is to pray hard and love people, and that might actually help to address that, but perhaps I'm naive. Adrian Greenwood, yes, I'm relieved that the publishers of the church representation rules had the foresight to bind it in a colour that matches my shirt, but otherwise I think you were supportive, so I don't think there's anything else to comment on there. John Mason, the timing of the declaration. I mean, this sets a standard that, you know, you've got to sign it before you take part in the PCC. But yes, there's no reason at all why candidates could not be encouraged to do so earlier, and it may well be that if there is some accompanying documentation to these rules, that will help that to be thought about. But I do think it's important that that declaration is signed before they act as members of the PCC. There was also the question about deaneries. I don't know whether it's John Mason who raised that or somebody else, but anyhow, somebody did. We think that the election of parochial representatives of the laity includes deanery synods. They were certainly drafted with that intention, and so that's what we think it means. If for any reason that were subsequently found not to be the case, then we can correct it in the next resolution, which will be brought certainly in the lifetime of this synod, and certainly before the next deanery synod elections. So, thank you for the contributions, and I hope you will now vote by a 2/3 majority in each house to pass it. Thank you very much.
At this stage, we're just looking for a simple majority by a show of hands, and it's the 2/3 majority later. So I put item 509A to the vote. All in favour, please show. Thank you. Those against, please show. That is clearly carried. Thank you. We now come to the amendments, and as I said, we will have a look at item 516 first, because that is a substantive amendment. And the 25-member procedure applies. That means the mover of the amendment will have not more than 5 minutes to speak to it. I will then call on Mr. Scowen to speak for not more than 5 minutes in reply. If the amendment is not supported by the Business Committee via Mr. Scowen, it will lapse unless 25 members indicate by standing in their places, or if unable to do so, otherwise indicating, that they wish the debate to continue and the amendment to be voted on. So I call on Mr. Clive Billiness to move his amendment, item 516. He may speak for up to 5 minutes.
Chair, thank you. Clive Billiness, 306, Diocese in Europe. You have just clearly shown that you do support this way forward to protect democracy and to protect the welfare of our parishes. Synod, as it stands, I'm concerned the legislation, which I voted for as well, by the way, lacks 2 vital safety precautions. Firstly, as it stands, in a parish with an electoral roll of, say, 1,000 people, at an APCM attended by 30 people, and there's no quorum, don't forget, the unopposed election of a church warden could be challenged by one individual, and then the candidate's appointment prevented by a group of 16 people, 1.6% of the electoral roll. And Luke Appleton very carefully explains some of the risks that can occur. But everyone could have turned up and voted, you say. Well, the trouble is with increasing sizes of parishes, journey times to AGMs are increasing as well. Now, I live in an extreme example where you can live 250 miles away from the venue. And not everyone has access to Zoom. And even if they do, their computer might not support it. It might be in use by a child doing schoolwork at that time. Technological poverty is real. And so these people lose their democratic right to participate in a confirmatory vote. And all the flowery words you have, for which I'm deeply grateful to the legal department for helping me to draft, fundamentally say everyone gets a vote and the candidates get a say, and they can explain themselves. That's what it's all about. If only there was some way to address this problem of people not being able to participate. Well, how about a confirmatory vote as a postal vote? Well, I'm sure someone's going to say this is going to be expensive. But why? Because blank voting forms can be sent out by email, they can be put out at churches, they can be downloaded from websites because they're not personal to individual people. And they can be returned by post and they can be hand delivered, they can be gathered up. There are lots of reasons, I'm sure, not to do this, but I'm going to submit to you, Synod, there is overridingly one reason to do it, which is to increase participation by the whole congregation. And a study that was conducted for the British Parliament shows that postal votes do substantially increase participation. I'll give you an example of this at work in my own parish. In 2020, we applied universal postal voting, and we used a vote to approve our accounts, and more than 60 people took the time and trouble to return a ballot paper in various means, compared to the 30-odd who actually attended an online AGM. Universal ballots tend to bring out reasonableness, and Mr. Scowen has spoken about the possibility of a small cabal turning up at the meeting and then dominating it. That can't happen with this, it'll actually prevent it. And they tend to bring out all sorts of reasonableness, and you do need to prevent hijacking by small, unrepresentative pressure groups. Which brings me to the second safeguard I'm proposing to you today, which is to give any candidate who is subject to a confirmatory vote the right to address their electors and explain why they wish to be elected. And if you have a 4 or 5 church parish, it's not unusual now, you have a risk that not everyone will know each other terribly well. So if a decision is to be taken on whether to confirm somebody in office, give them the right to introduce themselves. And my amendment, if you approve it, will give them that right. And now, just look around this chamber. If we had to have a confirmatory vote on an unopposed synod election, say, for example, the recent unopposed election of Canon Robert Hammond as the chair of the Business Committee, an email would have winged its way to all of us from synod support to get us to vote. Members, surely, if it's good enough for us at synod, is it not hypocritical not to say it is also good enough for the members of our parishes? Chair, I beg to move the amendment which stands in my name, and also to thank the legal department that have helped me to create the words. Behind the words, it is two things. Let everybody have a say, and let the candidate have a say as well. I beg to move this amendment.
Mr. Scowen, please, you have up to 5 minutes to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Billines. First thing to say is that this rule does not apply to church warden elections. Many would think it probably ought to, but because of the way the legislation works, you can't apply this to church wardens by a church representation rules amendment. It would require, as I understand it, an amendment to the church warden's measure. On the substance of what Mr. Billines is asking for, I asked Synod to resist this. You will recall that I said in my speech on the report that we had heard from Mr. Billines on Zoom at one of our meetings where he made a case for universal postal voting at APCMs, both on elections and other matters subject to vote. Now, he was asking for a very big change, and that's why we said, well, we want to think more about this and we will report on it later. Now, we're going to do that work. I think it would be utterly premature to apply that approach to one particular thing that happens at an APCM rather than taking a holistic view. If we decide to recommend to Synod that that should be adopted in the future, then clearly, when that is implemented, this new rule can be amended to take that on board. He also asked for election addresses. Well, again, we don't have election addresses for elections at APCMs at the moment. Some might think we ought to, but that's not the current system. And at the end of the day, there is a question of proportionality here. If you're going to have, because there is the freedom to have postal votes at APCMs if the APCM wants to do it. But in many parishes, I think that would be thought to be disproportionate, and in many parishes, it might be thought to be unaffordable. So I really think that this ought not to be considered now. Let us go away as a review group and bring back some considered recommendations which Synod can consider as a whole.
As Mr. Scowen does not support Amendment 516, it will lapse, and indeed 515 I think falls away as well, unless at least 25 members indicate that they wish the debate on the amendment to continue, either by standing or green ticks or otherwise indicating. So if you wish the debate to continue and a vote to be taken, please do stand or do your green ticks now. There are not 25 members standing, I'm afraid, and not many green ticks either. So I'm afraid that means this item lapses, and I take it that you do not want to move the next item. Thank you. Okay. So I now call on Mr. Scowen to move item 509B, that the Church Representation Rules Amendment Resolution 2023 be approved. Clive, you have up to 10 minutes.
I'm fairly confident I shan't need that. I remember one thing that I should have said before with regard to the question about when the declaration is signed. One reason for not doing it before the election is that, as the rules stand, people can be nominated at the meeting. It's unlike church wardens, who have to be nominated in advance of the meeting. And so that would be impractical to insist on that in the rules, though, as I say, encouraging it as far as possible would be very sensible. So, Chair, we've already had a debate on the broad merits of this resolution. We have decided not to amend it, and so all that I really need to do is to urge you now to make this amendment. And as I pointed out before, but rather prematurely, this will now need a 2/3 majority in each house. So can I invite you, please, to give us that? Thank you.
Well, this item, sorry, Clive isn't calling a vote, that's my job. This item is now open for debate. I can see no one indicating that they wish to speak, so we do now move to a vote. I order a counted vote by houses, and to be passed, we need a majority in each house of not less than 2/3 of those present and voting.
I'm about to ring the bell to warn members that the counting vote by houses is to take place. 2 minutes after it ceases, the votes will begin. This is a counted vote by houses on item 509B. Those present in Central Hall using the voting handsets and who wish to vote in favour should press 1. Those against should press 2. Those who wish to record an abstention should press 3.
Those participating remotely should use the online voting platform and vote or register an abstention using the buttons on the screen. A majority of not less than 2/3 of the members of each house present and voting is required.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
They're voted in favour in the House of Bishops, 18, against 0, abstention 0. House of Clergy, 115 voted in favour, 2 against and 2 abstentions. In the House of Laity, 137 people voted in favour, 5 against, and there were 2 recorded abstentions. So that clearly reaches the 2/3 majority in each house and is passed. The resolution will now be laid before both Houses of Parliament pursuant to the Statutory Instruments Act 1946. And that concludes this item of business.
Now, Synod, we have a challenging opportunity. We are due to finish this item of business, item 27, at 6 o'clock, which you will know is something like 35 minutes away. I have to allow the Speaker to speak for 10 minutes. There are 6 amendments. I have to have a response from the main speaker to each of those amendments. We then have a concluding debate. It's a challenging opportunity, and the first thing I would like to do is to ask for an extension of time probably for about 3 hours, but I can't do that. A maximum I'm allowed to ask for is 15 minutes. Now, I say it's a challenging opportunity. If we're going to get anywhere near the end, we're going to have to be very disciplined, but it probably doesn't matter because the opportunity is we can talk about the parish. So I'm going to call on Kate Wharton to speak to item 27. She may speak for up to 10 minutes, but she knows how I feel about time. And it might just help if she were to indicate if there were items in terms of amendments which she could tell us about how she might like to view those. I don't know. But that's a matter entirely for her. So, Kate Wharton, please.
Friends, I'm so sorry to be back with you this afternoon at a time when you want at least your dinner, if not your pre-dinner gin. I sort of hope that there's a video introducing this item. We are this evening particularly concerned with one of the 6 bold outcomes from our vision and strategy. A parish revitalised for mission so churches can reach and serve everyone in their community. I hope we would all agree that this is an outcome we'd like to see. After all, this is what we're all about. Each one of us, laity, clergy, bishops, seeing our communities transformed, seeing people reached with the good news of Jesus Christ, the church mobilised, empowered and equipped in every place. I have a friend who has led a free church for most of his adult life. He has done that extremely well and his church has been fruitful. But he regularly tells me that if he had his time over again, he would have been an Anglican. I don't think it's because we have better biscuits. It's because he recognises the extraordinary missional opportunities which the parish system presents. However, much as we might all agree that this is an outcome we'd love to see, it's also pretty clear that this is indeed a bold outcome. It stretches us practically and spiritually. That's a good thing. We ought to be stretched. But as we seek to work towards this bold outcome, it's good for us to spend time thinking, planning and praying about what that might look like in each of our parishes and contexts. This motion calls us to do 5 particular things. First, to welcome this emphasis on the revitalisation of the parish. The word revitalisation is key with all that it conveys. Vital speaks to us of life and energy, of something which is necessary. Making something re-vital is to acknowledge that perhaps some renewed effort or some different focus is required because there hasn't been as much life as we'd have hoped. Of course, we don't seek the revitalisation of the parish for its own sake, so that there is life and joy and energy focused merely inwards. No, we seek the revitalisation of the parish for mission. All of us in this place are united in our desire to see more people come to know the saving love of Jesus. Our parishes and churches are, of course, not the only way that will happen, but they are certainly a very significant way. Secondly, this motion calls us to affirm the parish as a central component of our mixed ecology. This is one of our 3 stated priorities. In 2023, we're recognising the need to become all things to all people, that by all means we might save some. Mixed ecology is the language we use to express some of that variety and creativity. If our church is to grow younger and become more diverse, as surely it must, and as we have made another of our key priorities, then the mixed ecology approach will be vital as we seek to meet people where they are, to reach out to people who wouldn't ordinarily come inside our church buildings, to present the timeless story of God in new ways. And it's vital that the parish system is at the heart of all this. It provides a framework within which we can work. It exists not so that we can be territorial and protective of our patch and work only in our own silos, but so that we can ensure every single soul in the land is held within a system in which they matter and can be known. Thirdly, we're called to note the research of, among other things, from anecdote to evidence. This provided helpful insights into how churches grow and flourish. And to be clear, talk of growing churches does and must mean being interested in numbers, because numbers relate to people, and people are who Jesus died for. But it doesn't and mustn't only refer to numbers. Growth is also about depth and breadth. It's about life and health. It's about flourishing in every way possible. Fourthly, the motion calls us to welcome the commitment to sustaining clergy numbers and to encourage lay ministry. We know that some sort of focused leadership is necessary if churches are to be mobilised for mission. This will mean clergy, and so it's vital that there's ongoing investment into stipends and increasing vocations into ordained ministry. It will also mean lay leaders, both licensed and not, and it will require them to work together. And if such ministry is to be supported and encouraged, then there'll need to be a focused and sustained emphasis on clergy well-being at local, diocesan and national levels. Revitalised parishes will need clergy who are cared for, pastored and invested in as they lead their churches and communities. Finally, we're called to encourage some sort of local planning for mission. As we look around each day in our homes, communities, workplaces and churches, we constantly seek to discover what God is doing and attempt to join in. As we seek to revitalise our parishes, we will need to pay attention to what God is calling us to and make plans which help us move forward. For each parish, and indeed each diocese, this will look slightly different, as all kinds of different factors will come into play. For some, they will adopt a structured mission action planning approach. For others, their planning will be more informal and organic. But some sort of process of discernment and planning and vision setting will be needed if our parishes are truly to be revitalised. It's important how we view this process. This isn't about survival, somehow bringing in enough people and enough cash to ensure we can keep going. It isn't about doing the box-ticking exercise which someone out there has told us that we must do. It isn't about doing more and more stuff or finding that magic bullet that unlocks the success. Rather, this is about a community of believers coming together to dream dreams with God about what might be possible in his perfect plan for their future. It's about celebrating all that God has done in the past, valuing and affirming all that he's doing in the present, and being inspired and excited for all that he will do in the future. Thank you.
Now, I think I need to move my proposed extension to 6:15. So those in favour, please show. Thank you very much. Those against? That's clearly carried. So it's till 6:15. Now, I'm looking for a couple of speakers to start the process. You, sir, and the lady here. 3-minute speech limit.
Richard Jackson, 21, Diocese of Hereford. I very much welcome this motion, particularly to see the parish system as a central component of our mixed ecology. But in order to do that, we do need to have clergy who have high morale. And I reflect on the use of language that we must take great care with if we are to sustain that morale for those dedicated clergy who serve so wonderfully in our parishes. I remember when I was a parish priest, at the time the Fresh Expressions movement became very popular, and I was led to believe that I was leading a stale expression of church. We have to be careful of language that I have heard used frequently, that to support standard parish ministry is to subsidise decline. We have to be careful about the distribution of funds, as we were from the Strategic Development Fund, where actually for many of us, particularly leading rural parishes, we did not need expensive new projects. We needed money to sustain existing levels of clergy. And in order to sustain morale, we also need to give attention to clergy remuneration. For my sins, I am the chair of the Remunerations and Conditions Subcommittee of the Archbishop's Council. I must have done something very wicked in a former life. But our commitment and the commitment of the Archbishop's Council was to sustain the clergy stipend in line with CPIH. And as we know, high levels of inflation have established themselves, and that is going to prove to be a significant struggle. At the moment, diocesan boards of finance are having to make very difficult decisions between increasing stipends or sustaining numbers of clergy, and they cannot do both. I was speaking to one of my clergy a few weeks ago who during COVID buried 10% of his electoral roll. They didn't die of COVID, but they died during COVID, and that is a reflection that outside our urban areas, 70% of our congregations are more, the average age of our congregations is about 70. Certainly half of the congregation numbers in Hereford are over 70. The current financial model to do these things is unsustainable. I leave by challenging the church commissioners to consider how they distribute their funds between new projects and sustaining existing ministry. Thank you.
Sandy Turner, Chelmsford, 275. Thank you for calling me. It's amazing, isn't it, that the local church is at the very heart of God's mission. Paul describes it as a pillar and buttress of truth. That's an awesome responsibility, people. And it's even more amazing that we should be called God's fellow workers, saints indwelt by the Spirit, equipped by our wonderful pastors for the work of ministry and to build up the body of Christ. Yes, there are challenges, but it's God's church. There's no panic in heaven. The Lord is sovereign, and he has given us all we need for this work. But sometimes his work doesn't look that impressive from the outside. Now, I love my small, local, rural church. We have no loo, no running water, poor heating, no Wi-Fi, no staff team, just one faithful minister. We're an insignificant church whose strength lies only in the Lord Jesus. But God has been at work revitalising our parish. We have a faithful vicar, and God has blessed us with gifted lay people. Together, we work as the body of Christ. Mission and discipleship are our priorities. By God's grace, we have 10 home groups for all ages and stages. We pray and eat together. Our youth groups are thriving. We're not just a Sunday presence in our village, we own the village shop, and we offer our primary school Christian school clubs, assemblies, RE lessons and mentoring. Elderly villagers hear gospel messages at our lunch and afternoon tea clubs. New parents are offered free meals for 2 weeks and invited to our rather boisterous all-age services and our Little Fishers group. Women bring their friends to our ladies' pudding evenings where they hear a gospel message along with the chocolate roulade. We don't have a written plan. We don't qualify for extra funding. Frankly, our numbers have not grown much, but they have not declined. We have grown. We have grown in our unity in Christ, in maturity, our love for the Lord, for each other, and most of all, for the lost. So please support the motion for revitalisation. Let's support our clergy who equip us for the ministry. Let's not be daunted by the challenge, but depend on the Lord Jesus, people. It's God's church. He gives the growth. To God be the glory.
Michael Brighton to make a maiden speech, and then I'm going to make a pathetic attempt to try and go through the amendments.
Michael Bryden, Soda and Man, 219. The Church of England's glory and its essential life. That's how Malcolm Guite described a parish system in Friday's Church Times. It's been an enormous privilege to be a parish priest. There's been all that nurturing in word and sacrament, but with the help of so many faithful lay people, we've served a whole community. You know, it could be the preschool group, a weekly coffee shop, community pantomime, or just basic pastoral care. And the people who've helped me do it have done it because simply they were baptised Christians and they were living out that life. Now, I may be dressed today like an Agatha Christie vicar, but that doesn't mean I don't know about innovation in parish life. You know, I ought to be in favour of any motion supporting the parish, especially when it's been supported by someone whose contributions to Synod I normally rate. But I'm not sure I can back this motion. You know, revitalising the parish is its title. If something needs revitalising, it's lacking vitality. And it is a source of sadness to me to see the fading of parishes I once knew to be full of vitality. You know, sometimes they've been unlucky, square peg in a round hole. But often as not, though, it's been the withdrawal of resources or the increasing stretching of resources. You know, the sort of parish I've worked in, not particularly glamorous. We think we've done wonderful things locally. We could have done more if we hadn't had to spend so much time and energy raising the parish share. We were never going to attract attention for external funding, and I think this motion doesn't go far enough because it doesn't request any more tangible resources for parishes. It largely maintains the status quo. You know, we're committing ourselves to what we've already got. And that seems odd when we say that our parishes need revitalising. You know, the status quo as it stands is not allowing all our parishes to be the Church of England's glory and its essential life. I think we should offer more than just worthy words of encouragement. Thank you.
Now, can I call Mr. Robert McNeill Wilson to speak to item 72? So you have up to 3 minutes. If I tell you that the Bishop will support this, then it's, sorry. Did you want sorry. Sorry, okay, sorry. Apparently I've elevated you, I'm sorry. But anyway, you know the bishop is going to support once you do something wrong, you do it wrong for a long time. But you know that Canon Wharton is going to support you. 3 minutes. Please not be so mischievous.
Thank you, Chair. That's clear. Robert McNeill Wilson, Diocese of Gloucester 315. I welcome this motion, and this very concise amendment is important because the parish system is not just a central component, but because it is the central component of the mixed ecology. It's not to pretend that parishes are the font of all good in our church. There's our chaplaincies. We heard on Saturday, prison and probation chaplains are vital to rehabilitation and are bringing people to faith. And it is to parishes that they turn when it comes to giving former prisoners somewhere they can worship and belong. We need parishes to step up and sign up to the welcome directory. We need to hold parishes accountable for being the central component of our mixed ecology. There's our new startups and other exciting initiatives like those in my own Diocese of Gloucester, sports-based mission, modern-day monasteries, but no other component of our mixed ecology is on a par with parishes in terms of their centrality and enduring presence. And with suitable encouragement and support, our parishes are well placed to try new things and nurture the mixed ecology within their own well-established and well-proven framework. The parish's role in our calling to become younger is the most central by virtue of those hundreds of parishes with schools in which many hundreds of our parish priests and volunteers build powerful links to our church and are bringing people, young people and children to faith. As Kate said, it's more than about just drawing people in. Our mixed ecology must be much more than about putting posteriors on pews. As my own Bishop Rachel said, and she said it to me, the parish is not just there for those who attend our services, it's there to care for the whole parish, every parishioner, every blade of grass, as Bishop Rachel puts it. As a former infantry soldier, I see powerful possibilities on our front line, new startups and parishes working together to grow our church and its mixed ecology. Like the cavalry and infantry in action, both can take ground, but only the infantry can hold that ground. The parish system is our infantry. I move the amendment in my name.
Kate Warden to reply briefly.
Thank you. I am but the Reverend Wharton. I'm going to accept this amendment, mostly because I cannot bring myself to quibble about a definite versus an indefinite article. It helpfully places the parish at the heart of mixed ecology, but doesn't say it's the only way of doing so. So yes, I accept it. Thank you.
Now, I just wonder whether we could test the mind of Synod as to whether item 72 has been sufficiently debated. So those in favour, please show. Thank you. Those against, we proceed to a vote on item 72. Those in favour of the amendment 72, please show. Those against. So the amendment, looking at online, is clearly carried. So let's move to item 73. Matt Beer, Reverend Matt Beer. 3 minutes.
Here, Lichfield 143, and with your permission, Chair, if I could speak to all three in 3 minutes to save time,
Yes,
I hope that would be helpful. Thank you, Bishop Kate, by acclamation, for what you have brought. Three things to help to clarify this movement. Firstly, is that to provide this synod with all the evidence that's needed to see where we are as a church and to see the growth and to strategize for where that growth will be, drawing it together and bringing it to us so that we can understand it. Secondly, item 75 is removing paragraph D might sound very, very scary to some. But we cannot just sustain parish numbers. We need to increase them exponentially to see the growth of our nation, both of ordained and lay leaders up and down our countries, to help support the deficit in clergy numbers in, like my diocese of Lichfield, at 19%. We've got to have these creative ways up and down the country with lay and ordained, and I'd like to commend all of those ways in every parish. And for those creative ways like the Caleb and Peter streams that we're seeing. And for the last one, missional mapping. I would really like us to encourage each one of us to map where we are, to see the 6 bold outcomes be the forefront of our prayer, practice, and prophetic calling as a church, to draw people to a lively faith in Christ. It's not enough just to have a plan, but to be reviewing it annually to keep it sharp and enable it to be adaptable to a changing missional climate, which will ensure that we as a Church of England remain at the heart of every community. So I beg to move the First Amendment, item 73. Thank you.
Thank my former friend Matt for his helpful amendments, all 3 of which I'm happy to accept.
Well, shall I test the mind of Synod on whether item 73 has been sufficiently debated? Those in favour, please show. Those against? Clearly carried. So I put 73 to the vote. Those in favour, please show. Those against? I'm going to take them out of order. 75, Kate has already said that she does not. She does support. I'm going to test the mind of Synod again as to whether this item has been sufficiently debated. Those in favour, please show. Against? The motion for closure clearly carried. Now, put the vote on item 75 to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Clearly carried. And I'm going to look at 76, which again Kate has said that she supports. Again, I'm going to test the mind of Synod as to whether this has been sufficiently debated. Those in favour of a closure on item 76? Against? Clearly carried. Put item 76 to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Clearly carried. We come back to Prudence Daly. Item 74.
Prudence Daly at 376 Oxford. I very much welcome the proposal in this motion to increase emphasis on lay ministry and the number of lay ministers, because it's clear from the report, from anecdote to evidence, that increasing lay involvement helps to promote church growth. But I would be worried if that were to lead to a shift from towards lay ministry away from clergy. Because the motion as it stands talks about increasing lay ministry but maintaining the number of clergy. And there's a problem with that. In, I think, 2016, the Church commissioned a report called Going Deeper, Church Attendance, Statistics and Deployment. And that report said, we find that the number of clergy per church has a significant effect on church growth. In particular, the change in the number of stipendiary clergy per church between 2005 and 2011. An increase in clergy is associated with the likelihood of growth in attendance, while a decrease in clergy is associated, on average, to a decline in attendance. There's no significant difference in church growth with different numbers of churches in a benefice. It doesn't say ministers, lay ministers, or focal ministers. It says clergy. So therefore, I would like this synod to commit ourselves to revitalising the parish, not only through growing the number of lay ministers and expanding lay ministry, but actually increasing the number of clergy and especially stipendiary clergy in our parishes, and I beg to move this amendment.
Point of order.
Chair, in moving item 75, which asks to leave out paragraph D and insert the wording in that particular amendment, we have now another amendment that says leave out paragraph D and insert another.
Yes, I've considered this. I mean, I don't think that they are inconsistent. Okay. So that because they're not inconsistent, I think it's appropriate to deal with 75 before 74, and it's not going to create an inconsistency. But let's hear what Kate, so that's your point of order. Kate, to deal with item 74, please.
Thank you, Penny. And with great respect to prudence, I'm going to resist this amendment. We'd all agree, I'm sure, that we'd like to increase numbers of lay and clergy ministers, but it is something I believe is better covered in the amendment that we have already approved. So I resist this amendment.
So because Kate does not support the amendment, 25 members need to stand or green ticks. There are 25 members standing, so that the debate will continue. So can we have perhaps one person in favour of the amendment? You, sir. And one person against? The lady up there, please. 3 minutes.
Roy Faulkner, Leicester 333. I think we need at this point to accept the reality of the current situation. In the Leicester Diocese, there are parishes that are sustainable and working very well that are currently being threatened by this super parish model, such that they will, active and sustainable parishes will be losing their vicar. I can't see how we can justify this kind of behaviour against what is being suggested and what Prudence has been proposing. And I would urge that this allocation of funds through SMMI and what was the SDF fund should be looked at not just with regards to increasing the number of vicars in intergenerational churches and resource churches, but also into the more traditional parish sustainable churches which exist already.
Dioceses in Europe. I simply resist it because, as Kate has said, we have already agreed it in the increase of lay and ordained vocations in the previous amendment.
Well, I'm going to test the mind of Synod as to whether this item has been sufficiently debated, and therefore I'm going to move a motion for closure on item 74. Those in favour, please show. Those against? Thank you. The motion for closure is clearly carried. So we vote now on item 74. So those in favour, please show. Those against? Clearly lost. So we now come to item 77, Reverend Marcus Walker, to speak to his amendment. And Marcus, it would be really helpful if you could be no more than 3 minutes. I know that's a lot to ask, but there it is.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. Marcus Walker, London 168. Synod, as our Lord said, where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. And I will tell you where our heart is not right now. And that is with our poorest parishes. How do we know this? We know this because of the numbers. We know this because of the reports that have been commissioned. The Church Action on Poverty report that came out only in February this year was clear. Our key significant finding is that significantly more churches have closed in low-income areas than in more affluent areas. In Cornwall, the ratio of priests is 1 to 14,000 in the poorest areas and 1 to 5,000 in the richest areas. Across our whole nation, the question of how our church engages with the poorest parts of our nation is live. We know why this is. If you are the spreadsheet person in the diocese looking at where cuts must happen because the budget is overrunning, you will cut the poorest parishes that do not send in the full parish share. We know how it works. First, you shrink the number of clergy. Then you merge the number of churches. And then those churches, one by one, shut. Sacraments stopped. The word of God available only if you have a car that can drive you there. We know from the reports what happens when we do this. From anecdote to evidence, we didn't hear this little segment of that report. The findings show that single church units under one leader are more likely to grow than when churches are grouped together. Going deeper tells us that stipendiary ministry is vital to the growth of parishes. Where your treasure is, there will your heart be also, and we have a lot of treasure. And where we put that treasure tells us where our heart is. I want to suggest that we invert the way in which the diocesan spreadsheet managers look at the churches in their diocese. I want the last church to be cut to be the poorest church. I want the lowest income communities fund that Sir Robert Choate revealed was so often skimmed off at the top by the diocese, or in other dioceses just put into the general funds to be targeted parish to parish. And I want the £100 million that has been earmarked for the SMMI to go into that. But most of all, Synod, I want us to decide this next year, not the Archbishop's Council, but you and me. So vote for this amendment, which I place on the table.
Kate to respond.
Thank you, Marcus. I'm going to resist this amendment. We absolutely do need to support our most deprived parishes and communities, and I have spoken in this synod a number of times about urban mission and ministry, my great passion for and commitment to it. My heart is in the inner city of Liverpool, but I don't believe this amendment in the correct way is the correct way to achieve that aim, so I resist it.
So, Kate, having not supported the amendment, it will lapse unless 25 members stand or show by green ticks if they're online. Yes, there are 25 members, so the debate continues. Now, can I just let you into a little secret? And the secret is that if we adjourn, it's very unlikely that this item of business will come back. Not because I'm not here tomorrow, because somebody else could take the chair, but I gather that the pressure of business is such that that's not likely to happen. So I'm going to ask for one speech in favour and one speech against. 2 minutes. In favour or of the against the amendment? Then yes. In favour of the amendment? Yes, you, sir. Oh, sorry. He's against. Sorry. In favour up there. Thank you. 2 minutes.
Philip North, 8 Blackburn. You might expect me to support this, and indeed I admire what lies behind Father Walker's amendment. The current system for funding parochial ministry, especially in income-deprived communities, is broken and unjust. We need a proper debate about an unfair and dysfunctional method, or will become increasingly a church for the rich. But this amendment will not help us to address any of those complex issues. In fact, it will do the precise opposite. Urban parishes take pride in being able to take responsibility for their own life. But this amendment will reduce urban parishes to dependency, a dependency that they will find it very hard to break out of. It'll create hundreds of unfillable posts, hundreds of tiny urban parishes that don't justify a full-time priest. It will take us back to the bad old days of Barlow, which saw so much money used unproductively. In seeking to address an injustice, it will create many more, and will lead to huge resentment, especially amongst parishes that are just outside whatever we decide constitutes deprived. In addition, it will take away from dioceses the funding they need to invest in long-term mission initiatives. It misunderstands LICF, which is not an exhaustible sum of money. It misunderstands the helpful role that SMIB plays in supporting dioceses. As someone who is completely passionate, drivenly passionate, about the health and vitality of the urban church, and who steered through Synod's commitment to have a church on every estate, I'm afraid I have to say this amendment will not help. In fact, it will do the very opposite. What we need is intelligently focused investment in growth and in buildings that enable us to have strong, entrepreneurial churches in deprived areas, freed from dependency, forming their own lay leaders and able to sustain a healthy life. Fostering a short-termist dependency mentality, which this amendment will do, will not achieve that. So please vote down this specific amendment, but please also don't forget what Father Walker and others are trying to do, which is to start a debate to build a juster church.
Tom Wolford, 070, currently Blackburn, but given that my bishop is... shortly to become available. Because it concerns the diocese and not the central bodies of the Church of England, there's no facility open to Synod members to ask this question. How much has been spent cumulatively by the 42 dioceses of the Church of England on preparing bids and monitoring strategic development funding? Some dioceses have full-time specialist staff working entirely on such bids. In other dioceses, preparing such bids is a core component of the working hours of a number of central diocesan staff. We don't know and we can't have the answer to that question, but I suspect that it's in the millions of pounds every year. This amendment that we're considering is definitely a blunt instrument. It's far from perfect, but so, as we all acknowledge, is SDF, and so will be its successor. Yes, some of the money that would be redirected through link funding direct to the parishes this amendment proposes will be spent poorly and unproductively, while much will be invested wisely and effectively, again, just like SDF. But one advantage of this amendment is the savings that it will deliver to the dioceses themselves by cutting through the massive diocesan bureaucracy involved in the competitive bidding process. Thank you.
Now Archbishop, can I say this? I'm willingly call you, but I remind myself that everything the chairman says is right, so I can tell the time and define the time, but there it is. Can you, 2 minutes?
It's a 10-second speech, which should be longer, which is just to say nobody's fault, not yours, certainly not Robert Hammond's, but I lament again the fact that when we come to discuss vision and strategy things, the time is always squeezed, where it's not for other things. I blame no one.
I might agree, but there it is. I'm going to move the closure on item 77. Those in favour, please show. Those against? please show. Closure is clearly carried. So we vote on item 77.
Jack Shepherd, Liverpool 153. Please could we have a vote by houses?
Only if 25 members stand, and you will understand the consequences of doing this. But do I see 25 members standing?
Can I cancel my...
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. So, so we move to vote on item 74. Those in favour, sorry, 77. On item 77, the amendment proposed by Marcus Walker. Those in favour, please show. Those against, please show. That's clearly lost. Now, come back to the main motion, and Kate, you can reply to the, first of all, I should say that I think that I should test the mind of the Synod on whether item 27, as amended by 72, 73, 75 and 76, has been sufficiently debated. So I move a motion for closure on that. Those in favour, please show. Thank you. Those against. So the motion for closure is clearly carried. So we move back to the main motion. Kate, you have...
It's fine, don't worry. It's fine.
You have a short time.
Thank you so much for engaging in this debate at the end of a really long day. I so wish we could have heard more stories. It was such a joy right at the beginning to hear those wonderful stories, Sandy, about the village hall and the meals. Let's start a Twitter thread, shall we, of the ways in which Jesus is changing people's lives in our parishes. I'll kick it off. Join me later this evening. Thank you, Philip, as always, for your passion and your challenge. Amen to all that you said. Sandy, I'll leave the closing words with you. There's no panic in heaven. God is sovereign. Thank you.
So just before 6:15, we vote on item 27 as amended by items 72, 73, 75 and 76. Those in favour, please show. Those against. So the motion as amended is clearly carried. Thank you very much.